Freebird, and Enter the Kingdom novella. Written by Kendre Meeks. Prologue. If fidgeting ever became an Olympic sport, Harper could snatch a gold medal. Sweaty hands twisted the sheet of paper in her grip, rendering it a moist towelette. The notes she'd made that morning had served their purpose, and now they would be sacrificed on the altar of her nerves. How many minutes had gone by since she'd wrapped up her presentation? 1, 5, 319? With each inhale-exhale, the ball in the pit of her stomach gained mass. Why wasn't anyone talking? Why wasn't anyone asking her a question? Had the science gone over their heads? Worse, was it beneath them? Did they think her ideas were ridiculous, that she couldn't do what she was proposing? She could, and what she wouldn't give to tell them that. But she needed to know first that the funding to scale up her project would be granted. If not, she needed to be able to take it somewhere else. Time was running out. Soon, it would be too late. Harper knew she'd been taking a chance the night before when she crawled into the machine that she'd cobbled together over the last few months. If the test run failed, the NIP she laid down in, called a coffin by many because of the way it entombed you and because you were more or less dead to the real world when using it, might earn its nickname. If the test run failed, she could have scrambled her own brain, killed herself in pursuit of a miracle. But if it worked, it did work, she reminded herself. It wasn't theory, and if Gaia Labs didn't want to take her innovation and run with it, then it sucked to be them. She couldn't wait around to politic and cajole. Tam's time was running out, and Harper would save her brother. Or at least, she would save a copy of him. Isco took pity when Harper's face began to contort, lip puckering, eyes watering. He cleared his throat.
Thank you very much, Harper. As the chief mentor for the Seed Project Initiative, I'd like to open up the floor now to any questions anyone might have.
At the end of the conference table, Omala Grover sat, wordless, expressionless, pitiless. Of course, she was unimpressed. Omala had created a VR platform, the Global Annex for International Agency, or more commonly, Gaia, where the world carried out war in a simulated environment. She'd even invented her own proprietary coding language in the process. Gaia had saved a planet on the brink of environmental collapse and made a metric ton of crypto in the process. How else could Santa Omala look at Harper's project but down? All it did was photocopy a consciousness.
I have a question.
Petra Hayat leaned forward on the conference table, her diamond-shaped spectacles balanced on the end of her nose.
The neural network interface pod you've used in your prototype.
She motioned vaguely to the piano-sized device displayed off to Harper's left.
Is extremely outdated, and if I recall was famously faulty. Yet, the antivalent data wheel you've designed, you called it a spinning wheel, I believe. It depends on the very archaic architecture that made the early NIP so dangerous. How do you intend to improve on the design in the next iteration?
The perfect question, because it drove home the whole reason she'd applied to Gaia Labs' seed grant program to begin with.
Spinning wheel needs a 4-way channel flow, a configuration that was only used on the first-generation NNIPs.
And were also responsible for the deaths of dozens of people, as I recall.
Harper froze, chilled by the words that fell from the lips of Santa Omala herself. Gaia Labs was not a dictatorship, but the young inventor doubted any project which Omala Grover disapproved of got very far. Then again, if Harper could win her idol over, what wouldn't be possible?
My coding has sufficiently taken into account the faults with that early design and counterbalanced it.
Harper's hands folded before her, the paper finally assuming the shape of a ball.
But it would be improved with your insight and with the ad hoc NNIP redesign specifically for this purpose. The seed grant Gaia Labs so graciously provided me 3 months ago was enough to retool an existing machine, but not to fabricate one from scratch.
Omala seemed neither shocked at Harper's boldness nor encouraged by her enthusiasm. Outside of Petra, Isco, and her third advisor, Carl Lowe, the others present were faces without names, bodies without context. Speaking of which, why were there so many people here? She'd expected a handful. She'd arrived to find 30 people seated around the biggest oval table she'd ever seen. The dreaded silence returned, and with that, doubt. Harper made to grab her things, apologize for her stupidity, and thank everyone for their time when fortune smiled. Or at least, Omala Grover did.
I have a few more questions to ask, please.
Her hands flattened on the table as she pushed herself out. Omala stood methodically, like her body was executing a program. The tall, slender woman paced up the side of the conference room and to the screen displaying Harper's schematic of the scanning device.
Wouldn't this power coupling give off too much radiation for clear data package transfer? It seems it would corrupt as it streams from host to mainframe.
A good question. An engaged question. The snowball in Harper's stomach began to melt.
No, ma'am. The shield I've designed to overlay the subject prevents signal interference.
And the output? Does it store on the network? Does it get sandboxed? Is it editable? And what is the stability of the resultant? What are we calling this? A people copy.
Harper hadn't thought about that part. Was there a need for a new term? Avatars had been around even longer than viable virtual reality worlds. But what her process rendered was more than a digital shell for a user to drive around while they were logged into the program. It created an exact copy of a person's mind, downloaded into a digital format, and fully cognizant.
I guess
Harper ventured.
you could call it a doppelganger.
Omala's face screwed up.
There's something sinister about that doesn't sit right with me.
What about a surogent?
Isco suggested from down the table.
Let's not get too cute, people.
Omala balanced her chin on her balled-up hand.
I know. We'll call it a mimeo. Is that okay with you, Harper?
Omala Grover had said her name. To her face. To her.
Yeah, of course. That means like a copy, right?
Yes, it does.
Omala rubbed her hands together.
Excellent. So then, this mimeo, is it self-aware? Does it know that it's a copy? Can it be edited?
Harper thought about the test she ran the night before, after everyone had left the office for the day.
I guess you would say it could think it's an actual person. I've added a bit of code into the process that tells the mimeo that it's a copy. Would it be editable? I guess so. I mean, it is a copy of a person's entire cognitive cortex. But it is all rendered as code and goes into an intermediary, unnetworked storage drive. So, yes, someone could edit it, but why would you want to?
Omala grimaced, and Harper had to wonder what she'd overlooked.
Not important at this stage.
Omala said instead, as she steepled her fingers and pressed them into her chin.
One last question then. Once a consciousness is copied, then what? I mean, this isn't like creating an avatar. It has its own thoughts, its own feelings, desires, goals. What is the end result?
The end result, ma'am, is that it is It endures. It lives on.
Omala nodded.
And why is that desirable?
Why is that desirable?
Harper turned, threw her arms out wide.
Just think of all the knowledge of the world that we've lost, just because we haven't had a way to harness this kind of data. What wouldn't you give to be able to log into a closed virtual world and have lunch with Churchill? To debate Malcolm X? To ask Da Vinci about his inventions? We have AI models that can project their thoughts or views on certain things, but we don't have them. We don't have the continued evolution of the knowledge and understanding.
And also, to play a game of checkers with your big brother after his weakening body finally succumbs to disease, destroying it would be great. A voice in her head added.
And you think that's a good enough reason to harvest cybernetic intelligence?
Omala grimaced.
You do realize the dangers there are inherent in, well, copying a soul.
Harper's spine went straight.
We could copy you, ma'am, so that when you're gone, your Purusha plus language won't die with you. What is the point in having developed a code that led you to save the world, if it can't save you in the process?
The olive-skinned woman's icy glare cut off Harper's comments. Stupid Harper, she swore inwardly. Do not go around questioning your boss's knowledge, and especially not if your boss is considered by many to be one of the smartest people born since Einstein. Harper pulled her chin into her chest.
I mean, yes, of course, but I believe the potential benefits far outweigh the risks.
I see. Well, I'm pretty certain I could double up on the code, work with you to make it more robust, and that leaves just one question.
Omala kept her eyes fixed on the display.
How old are you?
What?
Harper's insides twisted. How many people had rolled their eyes when they'd found out? She should have figured that the big boss would dismiss her too.
I just turned 23.
23. Really?
Omala shook out her amusement.
So, what you're telling me is, when the news of what you created gets out, and you're elected to the Academy of Virtual Reality, Engineering and Cybernetics, you'll beat my record by 2 whole years.
The weight of the statement swung on a long pendulum, reaching Harper's understanding after a lengthy, slow swing. Her jaw went slack.
Are you saying that you?
I'm saying 2 things. First,
Omala held up a finger.
stop calling me ma'am. I already feel old now that my daughter has reached double digits. And second,
2 fingers up.
I'm saying that you have it.
It?
There were words missing in there, critical ones. Omala's hands landed on Harper's shoulders, giving a friendly squeeze.
It, Harper. Funding, resources, people. Your project and whatever resources you want and support staff. You have managed to achieve something I and the other members of Gaia Labs have been trying to do for 5 years. You've invented a way to back up a human mind. So yes, you have it. Project Spinning Wheel is fully and exuberantly approved and funded.
Isco's flaxen bangs flew as he sprang from his seat.
I'd like to volunteer for her team.
Me too.
Count me in.
Harper's knees threatened to fold beneath her as Petra and Carl leapt to their feet. Which was sweet, but Harper couldn't ignore the obvious.
But you all are. You're far too experienced, too senior for this. I couldn't possibly be your... I wouldn't feel comfortable with you working beneath me.
They wouldn't be beneath you.
Omala chastened, the cut softened by a smile.
I know you've only been associated with us for a few months, but you must have realized that's not how things work here. We are a team. You will be the driving force behind this project, but you would be in partnership with everyone else working with you.
Like a princess, not a queen.
Isco stepped forward.
So let me tell you what I can do. This tech you've created, it's miraculous, but your prototype needs some refinement. As an expert in design, I can help you make it look a little less like, and I say this lovingly, an Iron Maiden made of glass.
She knew she should be offended, but somehow she wasn't.
So, you're going to make my retrofitted NNIP into a more beautified coffin.
Isco let out a blustery laugh.
It's the perfect opportunity to do something like that. NNIPs have been hideous for years. They look like tanning beds. You probably don't remember those as young as you are, but people use them to expose themselves to radiation on purpose. I want to make your device a work of art.
Carl pivoted, all tan and brown where Isco was light and cream.
And if we're going to sell this thing when it's done to the bigwigs upstairs in HQ and put it on the market, it's going to need to be packaged the right way.
Harper looked back over her shoulder at the schematics still up on the screen.
I mean, even a beautiful coffin would need to be in really big boxes.
She found humor pulling up the corner of every mouth in the room when she turned back.
I'm sorry. Did I not understand something?
Omala grinned.
Only that what Carl is talking about is presentation, not pragmatics. He's one of the greatest marketing people I know. After we get this project to the point of public release, he'll figure out exactly what words to use to make the copy sing.
She turned to Carl.
Was I ever that sweetly ignorant?
Harper realized something very suddenly. Petra, Carl, and Isco, while being deferential to Omala, were also proud of her. Like some kind of authority figure, they watched for her to make the right move or say the right thing. Omala may be the boss, but the other three were her mentors, her brain trust, her magic behind the crown. Santa Omala, being blessed by the commoners. Carl laughed.
Oh, dear heart, when you started Plaxis, you bought your lack of knowledge wholesale. You were so clueless that you even married Rex Teague.
Omala's head fell on her splayed fingertips.
Don't remind me.
Pip, pip.
Petra said, rubbing Omala's shoulders.
The divorce is almost final, isn't it?
We shouldn't be talking about it in front of everyone, but
Omala nodded.
practically any minute now.
All of a sudden, the door at the back of the room opened. Every tongue stilled and every eye narrowed.
I see, as usual, my timing is perfect.
Ice coated the room as a tall, gorgeous blonde strolled in. Clicking heels measuring every inch, she and her two beefy bodyguards advanced. She stepped with aching care, pausing just long enough at each person she passed to cut them a slice of her glare sandwich. Omala crossed her arms, shielding Harper from view.
Miss Five, how good to see you. I'm afraid we're currently in an important meeting, so I can't.
Drop the pretense.
The blonde said, cutting Omala off.
You know I wouldn't bother coming down here in person unless it was something important.
Omala's muscles tightened.
Is Rex okay?
Weren't they just roasting Rex? But then again, Omala had a daughter with the man. At the very least, even if she was divorcing the guy, she could still care for his welfare for their child's sake, Harper supposed.
Rex is fine, fabulous even. I'm sure you remember.
Fife crooked her fingers, examining her polish.
Tell me, this appears to be an all-hands meeting. Only, as the VP of the division under which your little innovation lab operates, I would expect an invitation if it were. Possibly you forgot to contact my secretary and make sure it got on my schedule?
Any approachability or good humor Harper had seen from the edges of the last few minutes disappeared. Omala crossed her arms over her chest, talking to everyone and no one in particular.
Can Miss Fife and I have the room, please?
Actually, Omala, I think they should stay, as this will affect everyone.
Never had Harper seen so many darting eyes and straight spines. No one said a thing aloud, while all the time their eyes screamed. Do we stay? Do we leave? But as Harper herself was about to ask aloud what everyone must be thinking, Omala opened her hands and bowed her head.
Very well then. Say what it is you feel you need to say and get out, Johanna.
Johanna sneered.
Legal just received the judge's final orders. You are now officially no longer my fiancé's wife.
Omala bristled.
A relief for me? A pity for you? Is that all then? Thank you for bringing me such wonderful news. Now please leave.
You're ordering me to leave.
The blonde extended a finger, on the end of which was a manicured fingernail painted in what Harper was willing to bet was pure gold.
Is this not Plaxis property? Am I not the vice president of assets?
Isco sidled up beside Harper.
Vice President of Assets, maybe.
Harper failed utterly to swallow the giggle that brought the interloper's piercing gaze to her. Johanna cracked her knuckles, looking over Omala's shoulders.
Oh, fresh meat.
Omala reinserted herself between Harper and the advancing vixen.
Do not refer to my employees as meat. Just because we hate each other doesn't mean those who work for us are fair game.
Johanna stopped.
Introduce me then.
Omala, called on her hand, hesitated. Finally, her chest fell as she exhaled.
Harper, may I introduce Johanna Fife?
Johanna held out a hand.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Harper extended her hand with the deliberation of reaching for a cobra and found the flesh nearly as cold, the eyes just as deadly.
Miss Fife.
Don't let it stick in your head, dear. I'll be Mrs. Teague very shortly.
With that, Johanna's interest in Harper passed. She spun on heel, back in Omala's direction.
Anyhow, as I said, the orders have come through. Both your and Rex's legal representatives have signed off, and the judge has certified the settlement.
I can follow up on the particulars today when I talk to my lawyer. Now, if you'll please forgive us, Johanna, we were letting Harper know how her project that we've just approved will.
Where?
Omala blinked at the one-word interruption.
Where?
Oh no, is there an echo in here?
Johanna looked broadly at the room.
I do hope my people can treat the acoustic anomalies in this space during the remodel.
You're remodeling our space?
For the first time that day, Omala looked like she was genuinely surprised.
But we have several critical projects and research initiatives right now that cannot be interrupted. If you make us relocate our equipment to another part of the building...
Oh, don't be so dramatic. I'm not going to make you relocate anything.
The tension that had seized Omala's muscles unwound.
Good, because that would have a detrimental effect on our work.
In fact,
Johanna continued, as though Omala had said nothing.
On second thought, we'll leave everything right where it is and make it the basis of our new storage wing.
A ripple went through the room, and even Harper felt it. What did that mean? Gaia Labs was being kicked out of the Plaxis HQ building? But it was part of it. How could that happen? And what would that mean for her project? More importantly, what would it mean for her brother? Harper bit her tongue and watched as Omala took a step forward, praying that the woman she idolized could live up to the pedestal Harper put her on.
Now listen here, Johanna. Gaia Labs is an independent subsidiary of Plaxis Corp. That's what Rex and I agreed to. He bought out my ownership and stock with the understanding that my division would operate as a non-profit without corporate governance. You have no right to be here, and you have absolutely no right to threaten my staff. Now,
Her arm lashed in the direction of the door.
get out.
Omala, darling, let's not fight. You know that I always win. I have every right to be here, but you? Not so much.
This is the space Gaia Labs occupies. Has occupied.
Johanna pushed her finger into Omala's lips, cutting off her word. What restraint Omala showed in not biting it off.
That right there is what I mean. Here, in this building, your agreement with Rex, certified by the judge, says that you have the right to keep Gaia Labs, all its branding and its intellectual property, but it does not give you the right to run it in Plaxis space. Nor does it give you the right to use Plaxis computers, technical instruments, infrastructure, or even the water coolers. Everything and everyone in the office was purchased and paid for prior to the judgment and is, by extension, an asset of Plaxis. As vice president, and with Rex's blessing, I am now taking possession of it all and giving you and any of your team who does not wish to be reassigned to another division until 5 p.m. today to vacate.
Omala's olive skin blanched.
You can't do that.
Oh, I can. It's all in the court documents in black and white.
Omala glared, but directed her words at her employees.
Everyone to your office. Nothing is changing here, no matter what this woman says.
With that, led by their captain, everyone began to file from the room. Was that the way of it? Would Omala win this? Would Project Spinning Wheel go through? A litany of alternatives ran through Harper's racing brain. She could wait until everyone cleared the room, try to wheel her massive and ancient NNIP out of the building, and sneak it home. Only, her studio flat on the edge of town was barely big enough for a bed and her dresser, and how she'd sneak something large enough to kill an elephant without a car was anyone's guess. Even if she got it there, the power she could siphon off the public energy grid would never be enough to run it. If she stayed on, would the scary blonde understand that her project had to go forward and fast, that a man's life was at risk, that Harper would do anything to have Plaxis's support?
Ma'am,
Harper took one tiny step forward toward Johanna.
I wonder if you might make an exception for me and let me continue working on this project. Not long, maybe a month or two. As you see, the hardware is quite complicated.
She indicated the NNIP behind her. Johanna's lip curled.
It doesn't look any different than any other coffin used for jumping into a real world. Older than the hills, maybe.
It's not just a coffin. I mean, not just a neural network interface pod. It's...
Behind Johanna, Isco, Carl, and Petra shook their heads fiercely, urging her to shut up, to back down. But they didn't understand. This wasn't only an awesome piece of technology or a great product that would revolutionize knowledge retention for years to come. It was the only way Harper had to save her brother, even if that meant saving only his mind and not his body.
I know you won't believe this, but I've been working on this project for 6 years since I found out about...
A shred of common sense told Harper to not give away the reason for her desperation. It was one thing to beg for aid. It was another to open yourself up to exploitation.
Please, ma'am. It's very, very important.
Johanna cocked a hip.
Were the materials purchased with funds that originated in Plaxis accounts?
Since Gaia Labs operated inside Plaxis, they had to be.
Yes, but...
Then no.
The vixen said. cutting Harper off and turning away.
No exceptions.
This couldn't be happening. 10 minutes ago, Harper had found out that her long-shot attempt to save her brother would pay off, that Omala Grover was going to fund her work. Now, because her boss's ex's new fling was a vindictive hag, Tam's life would end when the cancer ate his body up? No way. And if this blonde bit thought that's what was going down, she had another thing coming. Harper had never been one quick to anger, but this wasn't about her. It was about Tam. So when the rage hijacked her reason and she reached for the glass pitcher on the conference table, she gave into it. For Tam, a swing, a yell, then shattering glass, and her weapon was in hand.
What was that?
Omala ran back into the room, eyes canvassing the room. Harper wanted to tell Omala not to worry, that she'd given the blonde what was due her. But try as she might, her lips refused to move. She stumbled, her shoe coming off, and pain lacing up her body as she stepped on a shard of glass. That would leave a mark. Whatever, it was worth it. Tam was going to think this was funny when she told him about it later.
Johanna, what have you...
Stay back, Miss Grover. She might be...
She's not anything. Let me through. Someone call an ambulance.
Was the room spinning? Why were her ears buzzing? Who was dimming the lights? Petra cradled Harper's head as she guided her to the floor.
There's an emergency medic kit in the hall. Get it now. If I can slow the blood, she might pull through.
Blood. So, she did manage to hit Johanna. Good. Only, why were they making a fuss over her if... She couldn't feel her arms. Harper turned her head, trying to tell Petra that she couldn't feel her arms, but her lips wouldn't move.
Harper, stay awake. Focus on me. Focus on...
But she just couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. Chapter 1. This couldn't be the right place. The walls, covered in graffiti. The windows, blacked out. The parking lot, cracked cement that had to predate the flooding. There was no way this was one of San Francisco's premier hack domes. There was no way this place was even a bootleg joint. The building was ancient, falling apart. That it still had standing walls should be cited in the records. Voss tapped his conch, waking it up. The wrist-worn microcomputers and communication devices were so tiny, he sometimes misread the display. Nope, he was where he was supposed to be. 300 Post Street. He needed to stop stalling and find the owner who'd sent the order through earlier in the day, even if the site did give off a post-apoc vibe that told him to get the heck out of here. A job was a job, and crypto didn't grow on trees. Hello? His knuckles picked up a layer of grime as he rapped on the door. Someone called in an order for a NNIP repair? Scratches coming from inside the walls made Voss wonder if the rundown building had some sort of infestation. But as the door opened, the only thing he saw was dust swirling in the breeze and a hooded figure, faceplate tinted, glaring at him through the swirling cloud. The lone figure stood expectantly, waiting. After a moment, Voss realized that the hood was further complemented below in the form of a full hazmat suit. What had he gotten himself into? After a few more awkward seconds and a fit of coughing, Voss reached out with his business card. Bass Archer, Royal Tech Restoration and Repairs. You scheduled a service call? Though from the look of the gutted walls, concrete slab floor with a huge crack down the middle, and stream of sunlight from a hole in the roof, Voss had to wonder if a contractor shouldn't get in here first. Hazmat's suit reached out tentatively, taking the rectangular piece of cardstock, turning it over to examine the back. "It's called a business card," Boss said. "Used to be all the thing back in the day. Sort of reinforces the brand. You know, because we specialize in repairing, restoring, and rescuing older tech. We used an old tech way to spread the word about our—" Hazmat's suit disappeared inside the building, leaving Boss alone. He guessed he was supposed to follow. Immediately inside the brick wall was another, this one made of glass panels that started at the ground and went all the way to the roof. One panel bore evidence of some kind of misfortune, spider webbed from tip to top, but it still held in place. Through the distorted image on the other side, Hazmat's suit scurried to a set of long boards balanced between two workhorses and laid the business card down next to a photon drill. Bass delicately stepped around the glass barrier. "I was told you had an old NIP you wanted a quote to rebuild. Is this still an okay time? I can reschedule you later in the week if it isn't." The silent man's gloved hand worked a release gauge on the hood side and disengaged the airlock. A hiss puffed out as Hazmat's suit pulled off his hood. Or, as it now seemed, her hood. Dark eyes, dark hair, dark skin, dark beauty, and a brilliant smile. A little too old for him? Maybe, but he could still appreciate what he was seeing. If Bass had been looking for a woman, he'd be looking at this one.
"Sorry for the horror movie tribute back there."
She whipped around and offered out a hand.
"Nice to meet you, Bass. The name's Talia, and I'm the proud new owner of the stadium here."
Bass shook her hand, finding rough heels in his palm. Talia was a worker then. He respected that. There were far too many soft hands in the city these days, people who made their living off intangible things and wouldn't know the satisfaction of a hard day's labor if it bit them in their nethers. "The stadium, huh?" He gave the ruins about them another assessing once-over. "No offense, but this is the smallest stadium I've ever seen." She grinned. Good sense of humor. Good.
Don't be fooled by what it looks like now. She's beaten up, but she's got good bones. Not to mention some serious secrets under the floorboards that will help make sure we have a big enough power supply.
Talia's hand settled on her hips as she passed a wide glance across the room.
Yes, sir. Potential up the wazoo. Soon, this will be one of the best hack domes in the city.
You planning on competing with the fairies? He shifted his weight, putting his toolbox down on what looked like a countertop. Word to the wise, the old hag who runs that place is ruthless. You step on her business, she won't like it. And you don't look like the kind who would stand long in a fight.
Mama Corazon runs the fairies for chipheads and illegal hackers.
Talia's smile flatlined.
We won't serve the same clientele. I'm only looking to fleece a few greens from college kids and techies the old-fashioned way. By serving them overpriced alcohol, then legally charging them to VR battle when their judgment isn't as brassy.
Well, great. Now he felt like a jerk. Look, I didn't mean anything by it. I only could... Talia cut him off as she pulled the gloves off her hands and slapped them on the counter.
Want to look at that NNIP then?
She turned on her heel. And what could he do but follow in shamed silence? Just because he'd been an idiot didn't mean he couldn't cough up some professionalism. Through a door on the back side of the large room was another. It could have been an office or perhaps a storage room once, and still had a few shelving units and workspace, all bare of anything but dust. Talia pulled back an old shag rug, nearly eaten through by time and whatever insects liked vintage threads, nailed to a cinder block wall to reveal an elevator shaft. A basement in the city? Bas said as she pushed a big, faded red button, the mechanisms of the lift turning and growing, pulling a mesh boxcar into view. I thought those were outlawed a long time ago.
They were. This building predates the restrictions. In fact, there are 2 whole floors beneath us.
I guess if you couldn't build up, the only direction to go was down back in the day. He tried to ignore the musty aroma that hit him as he walked down a set of concrete steps off the elevator. Actually, there used to be underground passages all over the city hundreds of years ago. Pirates used them to store rum, tobacco, whatever booty they'd lifted off boats passing between New Spain and the Pacific Northwest.
People, too, know the term Shanghai?
You mean the capital of China? She passed him a blank stare.
That's Beijing, actually. No, to Shanghai someone. It used to be when a captain would drag inebriated or drugged up people onto his boat, then sail them out to sea before they could sober up. They'd be forced to work as crew to pay their way off. Sort of like being kidnapped into a labor camp, only with seasickness. San Francisco was famous for it.
That's all very fascinating, I guess. But are you saying this basement of yours was built to Shanghai people? Talia shook her head.
Oh God, no.
She sashayed across the basement room to flick on some lights.
Just, learn a story, share a story. And I like history, so...
A warm glow from the lamps overhead brought definition to the space. Against a far wall stood boxes and boxes, one piled atop each other, each labeled with something or other: glue, flooring, whiskey. Nearer, however, was the reason for Bas's visit. The second he saw the set of ancient NNIPs in the middle of the room, he knew Talia wasn't going to like what he would have to say. Bas put down his toolbox to run his hands over the older of the 2 units, his arms stretching wide in the process. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, this thing has to be 1G. Talia's nose crinkled.
A graviton? I mean, it's heavy, but...
No, not the weight. I mean 1 gram, like first generation. Aren't many coffins like this still around. They were on the market when full immersion VR with neural network interfaces were first possible. This has to be 40, maybe 50 years old. Talia shrugged.
Like I said, I got a thing for history. I picked it up at a Plaxis surplus sale last week. That other guy works, I know. I even gave it a test run, but I can't even get this one to power on. Look like something you can resurrect? Or do I gut it and turn it into a pool table?
She had to be kidding. You do know they call me the Prince of Restoration, don't you?
Yeah, I read it off your business card. Look, getting a bar going in this city takes major crypto. I'll upgrade to newer coffins when I get business going and some capital under my belt.
She stepped forward, curling up on her toes.
So, my prince, can you make this baby run again?
The corners of his mouth pulled down, Bas's head dipping from side to side. These things operate on pre-war power ports, and if I need to replace any of the diodes, I'll have to forge them myself. His hand drifted to the side, where the user input screen piqued his interest. Not to mention, looks like someone already did some work on this. Some bad work. They might have made it better, but judging the fact that you can't even get it to power up, they probably made it worse.
I'm not hearing a yes or a no there.
Yeah, I can fix it. He turned, his eyes set on the slender entrepreneur. But it ain't going to be cheap.
Still be a lot cheaper than buying a new one? Think you can turn it around in 48 hours?
He blinked his surprise. Why would you need it that fast? You ain't going to open that quick, trust me.
Oh, I know. But if I do have to buy another, I got a lead on a unit in Hyderabad. I can get it shipped over via cheap cargo, but it will need some time. My window to pull together that deal is closing, though. You get this back to me in 48 hours, I'll give you a 10% hike in your quote.
You don't even know what my quote will be yet, or that I can even actually fix it.
No, but I know your reputation.
Talia planted balled-up fists on her hips.
Do you know I called 5 different NNIP dealerships to ask them who the best repairman in town was, and every one of them said you were the only person to talk to? This is only the start of my outfit here, Bass. I'm not only asking for a quote and a repair. I'm asking you to win me over as a client.
She leaned into the wall.
So, 48 hours?
Bass smiled. I'll have it done tomorrow. Chapter 2. Chan put down his plasma drill when, groaning and grunting like a child, Bas pushed Talia's ancient NNIP in through the bay doors.
Is that a Dream Zone neural network interface processor?
Bas pushed the brakes on the wheel of the cart, securing the first-generation jackpod in his work area. What it is an old piece of junk, he answered. The client picked it up at a liquidation sale. I told her for a few more greens she could have gotten a used machine just a few years older, but she said her patrons will think its age is part of the thrill of using it.
There's easier ways to get thrills,
Chan mumbled, turning back to his own job. Part technician, part artist. He'd taken on a commission from a local environmental group to refab old air purifiers so they could be donated to the poor.
Go swimming in the bay, build a risky stock portfolio, walk into oncoming traffic.
You're preaching to the choir, man. The reason NNIPs were called coffins as often as jackpods wasn't because they resembled the size of the fancy wood boxes the rich could still buy for their burials. It was because in the early days of mass online real worlds, 1 in 10,000 users wound up dead. Turned out that exposing your brain to high pulses of electroneural energy could fry it. His toolbox clanked as Bas laid it on his workbench and opened it up, ready to resurrect the unit before him. The client offered me a bonus if I can get this thing back there tomorrow, so she can have time to source a replacement if I can't make it tick. I'm planning on pulling a late night here. Or do you got any clients coming by tonight that require privacy?
Hey man, I'll work for you. That's your call to make.
The corners of Bass's mouth pulled down. Is that a yes?
No, it's a no, my man. I'm only reminding you that you're the captain of this boat, you know.
Chan grabbed a rag to clean his hands.
But I'll remind you that you're never going to find a wife working all night all the time.
Why would I want a wife? Bas ribbed back. Crap. The screws securing the control panel were custom cut. Whatever back-alley tech doc had hacked this thing up wanted to make sure no one could get inside to the circuit without a fight. I mean, other than the obvious, and honestly, even that's not that big a selling point for me.
Wives can be nice. Nice to go home to. Have someone to spend your time with.
Remind me, Chan, how many times you've been married? Bass's sole employee answered with the straightest of straight faces.
6, but twice to the same woman, so the second time doesn't count.
And you, a serial groom, want to sell me on the virtues of matrimony?
Of course. If it wasn't so great, why would I keep doing it? I'm like a kid at an amusement park. I want to go on the ride over and over, but I get bored quickly. Want to go on a different ride each time.
Bass coughed a laugh. Yeah, well, I get sick on rides. Night had fallen, and the automated air filters had kicked on by the time the screws on the control box surrendered. Bas wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to remember the last time a piece of tech had required such physical prowess just to open. Bank vaults were easier than this thing. What in the heck were they thinking when they designed it? That it needed to survive a nuclear winter. But then, remembering the coffin's age and what the world was like when it was built, Back before Omala Grover's virtual world assembly and Warcraft platform, Gaia had saved a planet on the edge of environmental collapse. Maybe the design was original. Boss remembered reading somewhere that early VR immersion devices had been visualized as some kind of nirvana machine, i.e., if the end finally did come and the choices were to die in pain or drift off to your death while traipsing through some kind of digitized poppy field that only existed in your mind and on a server somewhere. Even Bass, who detested Virial worlds, would sure love to smell those flowers. The headlamp mounted on his forehead illuminated an Escher picture of components and wired guts. Newer wiring in here, too. So, the customized Fort Knox control box had been part of the rebuild. For an hour, he pulled plug after plug, testing the individual components' condition, trying to see which was to blame for the unit refusing to power up. Wires and boards all stitched up and looped, untangled like a ball of yarn. The layout didn't match what the manual he'd pulled from the archive suggested, and as he opened the secondary box to start QAing it, Bass discovered the wiring wasn't the only thing that had been toyed with. "What is this, huh?" He leaned in and discovered why someone had gone through such trouble at securing the entry. The memory module was on an angle, its base disconnected from the input port. The design, the hardware codes laser printed on the casing. Those weren't original to the machine. In fact, he'd wager, given how the matrix had been etched, it wasn't more than 6 or 7 years old. Why would there be a super-rich data drive hidden inside an ancient NNIP? Because it had to have some hidden crypto on it, that was why. The great and not so great thing about virtual currency was how easy it was to squander away. If you could accumulate it, that was. Bass had heard of a few cases of crypto being downloaded to memory modules like this and put into cold storage, only to be discovered at the bottom of some grandfather's desk drawer or hidden in some chiphead's shoebox. Oh, this job just got a lot more interesting. Only one catch. People didn't store crypto on random super-rich memory modules willy-nilly. There would be a password or some kind of test inside the platform to get to it. Since the module plugged into a NNIP, the only way to enter it would be on the inside. How did you get into a NNIP that refused to power up? Only, what if it wasn't powering up? Because one of its critical pieces had fallen out of its port. The moment Boss righted the memory module into the input slot, a green diode in the corner of the motherboard lit. Power restored. Now the only thing between him and a potential treasure chest was ethics. Freaking ethics. He'd built a career on them, the only true currency completely under his control. His good name. Would he be willing to trade that for a big enough jackpot? In his mind's eye, Boss pictured the proverbial good angel versus bad angel. No way Talia would have let her eyes off this thing if she even suspected there was a cache on it. Ipso facto, she didn't know. As long as he returned the unit to her operational, and if the only thing it needed was a super-rich memory module to make it work, he'd supply a blank one. Then she'd never miss it, would she? But if she ever found out he'd taken it. Bass put down his tool, opened the NNIP bed, and began to slide the old-school sensors onto his hands and over his temples. He'd find the cache, if there was one there to find. Then he'd call Talia in the morning and let her know that not only was her machine fixed, but she could outfit the stadium with diamond walls if she wanted. His eyes opened to the edge of an old-growth forest. It didn't come as a surprise. This must be the default world for this unit, a sort of try-it-before-you-buy-it demo program they showed customers in the sales room. In cities where everyone had to wear masks to be outside for any extended time, what better environment to sell the concept of an Eden-like escape? Pleasant, but it didn't help him figure out where the money would be hidden. At least his presence meant the machine was, in fact, fully operational. A slow turn to survey his surroundings brought his attention to a patch of forest to the southeast, from which a line of smoke extended pleasantly into the sky. A campfire? There must be some non-player characters in this demo. Maybe the NPC could help him figure out where to look. As Bas made his way past tall redwoods, sprawling maples, and quivering aspens, he lectured himself not to buy into the illusion. This wasn't real. That way, insanity and addiction lay. Even if VR didn't seem particularly harmful from the outside, an addict was an addict was an addict. He'd seen his share of chipheads in his day and knew how real-world obsession could kill as easily as anything someone snorted or shot into their veins. At least with VR, one could understand the appeal. If your life was crap but you could hook yourself up to a machine to live a better one, why wouldn't you? But people rotted away in NNIPs if they weren't careful. The physical similarity wasn't the only reason they were called coffins. The smoke ended at a little wooden cabin, the chimney of which had drawn the monochromatic line across the sky. It was funny how real that smoke smelled, and how the caveman part of his brain took comfort in it. All electrical forgery tricking your cerebral cortex, man. Bas lectured himself. Ignore it. The structure was of the stacked and mortared fieldstones variety, with a thatched roof and wooden shutters. Its popsicle-shaped door had been decorated with bunches of berries and herbs. Money could be stored on the exterior. He'd heard a story once of someone finding a cache of crypto at the bottom of a well in a simulation not too different from this one. He did a survey but couldn't find any marks or out-of-place objects. If the money was here, it must be on the inside. Bas stopped at the door and knocked. Nothing. Knocked again. Silence. Raised his hand to knock a third time, and the door flew open. Chapter 3. As far as non-player characters went, this one manifested as the woman you see in the background, but don't really notice much variety. Not that she was unattractive, far from it, but she lacked the bursting bosoms, perfect symmetry, and hourglass figure that programmers generally threw into demos. And that wasn't the only thing off about her, either. Given the forest venue and stone cottage scene, Bas had expected to find an NPC dressed in some kind of medieval fashion, perhaps even something older. This woman wore modern clothes, her shoulder-length black hair cut in a style that had been popular around the time he was starting his business. She must be the guardian of the crypto, he suddenly realized. Put in not too long ago by whoever stored the funds here and spliced up the coffin. Only, what kind of challenge would she present? It couldn't be something as simple as a password. She looked him up, down, up again, seemingly as unimpressed by whatever avatar he wore as he was with her, and pushed a fisted hand into a cocked hip.
And you are?
My name is Sebastian. Bas. I'm here for... He needed to be careful. There was probably some kind of shutdown protocol if it thought someone was trying to steal the crypto. I'm here for whatever it is you're able to give me.
Whatever I'm able to give you?
The woman's nose crinkled.
What is it exactly you think I might have?
I don't know. You know, stuff. Valuable stuff, hopefully. Whatever she expected, it wasn't that. Bas took a step closer past the threshold. The program gave him a queer look, but made no attempt to intercept him as he slid past her. Inside lay a single room, sparse of furnishings, with nothing but a bed, a table with a single chair, and the crackling fireplace. The NPC huffed. Whoever had programmed her sarcasm nailed it.
Please come on in and make yourself at home.
Bass tried to look past the surface level, hoping to find something hidden in plain sight. Any chance you can give me a clue? She shut the door behind him.
You first. I still have no idea what you're doing here, or what you're looking for.
I told you, something of
Yeah, value, I heard you. But value is in the eye of the beholder, isn't it?
She sat herself on the bed as he fell to his knees to search beneath it, feeling the dim space for some sort of trap door.
Maybe if you told me who sent you in here, it'd help. Petra, Isco, Carl. But why wouldn't they just pipe in themselves? Are they scared? I mean, just because it's an older NNIP doesn't mean it works that much differently. Wait a minute. Was it me? Did I send you?
No one sent me. He sat back on his heels. And you sent me. How would that work exactly? You're an NPC.
An NPC?
From her tone, you'd think she found the word insulting.
I am not a non-player character. Wait, but that means...
She fell on her knees to the space before him, pulling on his shirt.
How could you be here and not know who I am? How could you be here and not know me? Did the project not get funded? Did it get rejected?
Not get funded. Bass held up a hand, pointing a single finger. Are you saying you were expecting funding but it never showed up? That you don't have any funding here? For the second time in as many minutes, she looked at him like he was a crazy man.
What use would I have for crypto in an offline V-Real world demo program? And why would you?
The woman's eyes brightened. Her mouth took on the shape of a perfect O.
You think this memory module is a crypto cache? And you're here to steal it?
Then, realization morphed into something much more tender and vulnerable. The woman's gaze shifted from him to the cabin in which they stood, surveying its walls as she rolled back up to her feet.
Oh no, I didn't think to build in an ability to experience time.
She said aloud to herself.
Humans need that for good mental health, but I feel fine, meaning either not a lot of time has passed or...
Her eyes shifted to him, her face paled.
You've never even heard of Spinning Wheel, have you?
Is that the name of the last club you were at? Boss asked. I don't do hack domes. In fact, I only pipe into real worlds to QA my work repairing something old like the scrapped NNIP you're in.
The NNIP was scrapped?
Again, more rhetorical than a direct question, given her suddenly distant stare.
But they've been trying for years to make something like this. I'm here, so it obviously works. How could they reject it?
Ah, so that was it. Whoever put this NPC here had been pitching something to investors, something the investors passed on. This super-rich memory module was here to capture all the funds the designer thought were coming but never did. Bass ignored the woman. She didn't have anything he wanted, and began to verbalize his plans. I'm going to need to extract this memory module and reboot the NNIP to factory settings. Upgrade those sensors that are built into the bed too. Bring it up to current standards, and try to reverse engineer whatever hack job the last person who worked on it did. The woman turned on him, laying her petite hands on his chest.
You will not remove the memory module. And if you unmake a single modification to this unit, I will find you, I will kill you. I put everything I have, all my time, resources, and knowledge into making this. And if it's been more than a few months since the presentation, then, look, if you go find me out there.
She made a vague indication of the wider world with a sweep of her arm.
I'm sure this can all be worked out in short order.
He paced away from her, trying to quell the instinct that he was in danger. No offense, lady, but whoever programmed you made your mental matrix a little too sporadic. What do you mean, find you? You're just an NPC.
I told you, I am not an NPC.
Her hand clutched at the base of her throat.
Oh, God, you really don't have any clue who I am, do you?
Well, I have the NNIP offline right now, so you're definitely not someone who's hacked in, that's for sure. And I wouldn't call this Dream Zone just another NNIP. They were the first commercially available jackpods. They were so expensive when they came on the market. Only the uber-rich could afford them.
And that I bought, used for 100 greens, then spent 10 times that amount upgrading and customizing it.
Bass blinked away his confusion, or at least did his best to try. How would an NPC spend money? A purchasing program, perhaps? You're saying this isn't just an NNIP. Okay then, what is it? Because I hooked up and got in, so it sure does seem like an NNIP to me.
It is a NNIP, but that's only part of it. What it is.
She cut herself off, her jaw snapping shut.
You already admitted you came in here to steal. Why would I trust you with that?
He shrugged. Whatever. No skin off my back. I'm going to rewrite everything anyway, so...
No, don't.
Her nails dug into his flesh. Pain? Yes, there was pain. But Bass tempered his reaction by reminding himself of the truth. It wasn't real. Nothing in the real world was. Not the bite of her fingers into his arm. Not the desperation in the woman's eyes. Not the pang of sympathy hatching in his heart. None of it is real. But that didn't stop her from pleading.
Please, whatever you do, don't overwrite me. I don't know who you are, and I'm not sure how you got hold of me. But something went wrong, and I need to know what. So, please, can you find me? Even if my project didn't get funding, Spinning Wheel is too important to let be shelved. It's vital that the real me gets her hands back on this NNIP unit.
You don't exist. I keep telling you that. Bass massaged the broken skin as she withdrew her grip. Is this an error code? I'm almost curious enough to track down your programmer and find out why they decided to create an NPC who doesn't know they're an NPC. Has to screw up your head. I mean, as much as you have one. But how would I even know where to look?
Duh, because I'm going to tell you.
She rolled her eyes, and Bass had to admit, it made her look cute. He inwardly lectured himself on attributing human attraction to a thing. Okay, whatever. I'll give the FYI to your originator if I can get a hold of him. But who knows where he is now and how long you've been in storage. He could be dead for all you know.
Why would I be dead?
Everything this woman said confused and intrigued him more. Suddenly, Bass didn't worry about such trivial things. As the woman took his face between her hands and squeezed his cheeks, forcing his gaze to be locked on her, he only feared having his head smashed in.
Now, I'm going to say this slowly.
She said.
Because You seem not to be that smart.
An attempt to utter an objection to that assertion was stopped by her pushing his cheeks in harder and making it impossible for him to speak.
My name is Harper.
Her mouth moved after her name, but only silence. Even she had noticed it, though, and huffing, she tried again.
I said, my name is Harper.
This time, the woman strained, her face going red as she struggled. In a huff, she let Bass go and turned on her heel, cursing the sky.
Darn it, Harper. You put an ID lock on me. Why in the heck would you do that?
Ah, so that was it. This program's creator had made an avatar styled on herself and given it her own name. Only he wasn't used to avatars that carried all the originator's flaws. This Harper had a small scar on her chin. One eye was slightly bluer than the other, and her hair was, well, not what a person creating a perfected version of themselves would have chosen. Too oily, too unkempt. Bass put up a hand. Look, if you're just going to stand there and talk to yourself in third person, I'm going to take off.
No.
Eyes wide, she spun back to him.
Look, I can't tell you my last name, but if you contact Gaia Labs and ask for Isco, Carl, or Petra, then...
Gaia Labs, he repeated. Seriously, you want me to contact Gaia Labs?
You say that like I'm asking you to contact the Sovereign? The lab is a bunch of brainiacs in the basement of the Plaxis Corporation. It shouldn't be that hard to reach out to them.
It wouldn't be, except that Gaia Labs closed 3 years ago. Harper froze.
That's impossible. I went there tomorrow to pitch my project.
And now she was talking about the past being in the future. This avatar was a few lines short of an execution. He let out a sigh. Look, Harper, I don't know who programmed you, but kudos. They did one heck of a job. And I don't know how the memory module you're stored on got jacked to an ancient NNIP like this one, but it looks like you've been offline or shut down for a while. Gaia Labs ceased to be when Omala Grover died.
Died?
Harper clutched her stomach and, if it was possible for an avatar, looked like she was going to be sick.
What? When did she... How did she?
Boating accident or dock accident, depends on your perspective. She died the night Plaxis announced the kingdom. It was all over the news, very Bollywood and all that.
What do you mean Omala Grover is dead?
Harper shouted.
3 years? 3 years? If she's dead, then...
Harper came for him with hands ready to strangle. But Bass didn't wait around this time for her to land a grip. He fed the exit command through his thoughts, leaving the program at once. He woke up back in the shop, laying in the NNIP, wondering what exactly had just happened. Chapter 4.
But when you looked at it yesterday, you said it should be a quick job.
Bass let the silence buffer, giving him time to draw up a believable lie. Hardware-wise, yeah, it is. But when I got over to the software side, it wasn't as pretty. Like a wall that's been painted over again and again, the original operating system is under so many layers of later code that I'm going to have to mine it out. An air of doubt persisted in Talia's tone.
Is that really necessary? I mean, ultimately, I need this thing to run closed network battle games. You told me the machine was old, but it'd be up to snuff when you were done.
It will. The assurance came rushing out a little too fast. I mean, yes, of course. But if I install one of those things on it now without cleaning up what's there first, Those layers of paint are going to contaminate whatever is added. I need 3 days. I promise you're not going to need the other unit you're eyeballing, and I won't charge you anything extra for the extra labor. Give me 3 days, and you'll have a fully operational machine after I'm done.
I don't know. You promised me I'd have it back in 24 hours.
I'll throw in a 20% discount for any service you need in the next 3 months. Her counter was as immediate as it was bold.
6 months.
Bas flinched. What was he doing? He made okay money, but not so much that he could discount his earnings. But a spine of curiosity had been poked into his thoughts, and every time he remembered Harper, the NPC, it vibrated, giving him no rest. Fine, 6 months. Bas's jaw clenched. He'd just have to put in more overtime for the rest of the year. At the end of the day, who needed sleep, really? So, we cool?
Yeah, Bass. You get the NNIP back to me in 3 days, fully operational, and with the games we discussed installed, and we have a deal.
A team of shrinks couldn't explain what he was about to do or why he was going to do it. The memory module weighed down the pocket inside his jacket like a stone as Bass tilted his head back and examined the building from top to bottom. The headquarters of the Plaxis Corporation dominated the San Francisco skyline. Some people thought the age of skyscrapers had come and gone. Most from before the last war still lay in ruinous piles, creating man-made islands amidst shredded landscapes. The city by the bay was one of the few to survive mostly intact. With the launch and success of Gaia, a reincarnation of the pre-war's United Nations, combined with the world's biggest hack dome where war could be fought without further loss of life or environmental harm, Plaxis had struck gold and plucked the string of hope for a better future. Hope proved more lucrative than death. Sure, in the last few years, a few more impressive towers had sprung up beside it, but the Plaxis building loomed large, literally and metaphorically. Bas smoothed his hand over his lapels and tried to remember the last time he'd dragged his monkey suit out of the closet. His mother's funeral, maybe. He hoped he wasn't about to join her on the other side of the incinerator with what he was about to do. At least, if he did, he was already dressed for the occasion. The receptionist blinked when she looked up from her monitor. He gave her that crooked smile he knew the girls used to like back when he cared about such things. The blush that crept across the young woman's cheeks told him the trick still worked.
Can I help you, sir?
Sir? Wasn't that a kicker? He handed over one of his business cards. As with most people, the receptionist examined it with equal parts amusement and confusion. My name is Sebastian Archer. I'm here for a job interview.
An interview?
She clicked through screens with her free hand.
I wasn't aware that there was anyone scheduled to come in today. Most interviews are across Comsks now.
I know, but as you can see from the card, I'm a little old-fashioned. She laughed under her breath.
I'm not sure that you're right for Plaxis, then.
He could take insult, or he could use it as a springboard. Old-fashioned things aren't always bad, sugar. You have all these fancy computers and devices here. They do everything from clean your floors to send your mind shooting through optics cables. But don't dismiss the advantages of good, old physical labor. I, for one, enjoy working with my hands. Bas leaned in. Extensively. Her breath hitched.
Yes, I can see how that could be an advantage in certain areas.
Her eyes ghosted down his frame, despite him standing at her desk and anything below his chest being out of view.
Do you, know who your interview was with?
Bas straightened and shook his head. I was told to report to HR, is all I know.
When?
Now. He faked checking the time on his conch on his wrist. Actually, 2 minutes ago. I hope they don't mind that I'm late. Of course, if they saw you, they'd see what distracted me. The charm paid off as she pulled a guest pass from a drawer at her side. The pretty blonde lifted the lanyard over the desk.
You're going to take the third set of elevators on the far end of the lobby to floor 6. Yumi is a receptionist on that floor. She'll get you checked in.
Thank you,
Ginny?
she supplied. Bass grinned. Ginny? He tilted his head. You've been a peach. Any chance I can stop after I'm done upstairs and chat you up a little more?
Of course. I mean, you'll need to give me back the lanyard after all.
Yup. Oh, one more thing. Bass held out his hand. Can I take that card back for now? You know how expensive paper these days is, and I only brought a few to hand out during the interview. Gotta make a good impression, you know. I promise I'll come back and give you my data on the way through. Charm. It worked every time. Baz began to wonder if he'd missed his calling. Perhaps if he were a little more devious and less a lover of hard work, he'd have made a fine con artist. There had been no appointment, of course. Frankly, he hadn't even expected to get past the front lobby. But as he sat across the desk from Ifei Hannah, HR specialist for Plaxis's own internal IT department, even he was amazed at his own prowess for deception.
So you spent the last 5 years refurbing old tech?
She looked at him over the rim of her tablet.
Is that all?
Bass cleared his throat and crossed one leg over another. Then, remembering that he still had only his regular shop shoes on, plunged both feet back to the floor, ridiculing himself. Classy, Archer. Actually, I've done a lot more than that. I've spent the last 5 years building a successful business in a highly competitive industry and city, with minimal overhead and expenses. I've built a clientele and a reputation, the consequence of which was being able to refab old tech. I don't only love it, I'm probably the best person doing it right now. Nonplussed? If he defined it.
If you're so great and like what you're doing so much.
She looked back at her screen, where she must have been looking at his business's profile online.
Why do you want to work for Plaxis?
Because, ma'am, I built a mountain, then scaled it, and every day I see the Plaxis towers, a beacon of technology and progress in the city, and I have to wonder, how do I let that mountain go unconquered? She wrote something across her screen, her lips moving in time with her scrolling.
Seeking career advancement is all you had to say.
But I wanted to say so much more. She grimaced.
Men so often do.
His charm may have gotten him in the door, but it could get him thrown out of it too. Bass changed tactics, as well as goals. Now that he was on the inside, he needed a way to look around, even if that was through someone else's eyes. Miss Hannah, can I call you Iffy?
No, you most certainly cannot.
He cleared his throat. Of course, no problem. Miss Hannah, then. Look, I know this might be a little premature at this point, since this is only a first interview, but I know Plaxis gives a bonus to employees who recommend new hires, and I want to make sure the person who recommended me is added to my file. Since it seems my application was misplaced, before we finish, can I make sure her name is added to the new file as a referral? I know she could really use the money, assuming all this works out. Ife stilled, blinked, softened the slightest margin. She tapped on her screen a few times.
What's the name?
I only know her first name. She's a friend of my sister's, you see, and I forgot to ask her last name. Annoyance stained If's face.
Do you at least know what division she works in?
Honestly, no, and ain't that awful? Boss squinted while rubbing the back of his neck. My sister is always telling me I've got my head in the chips, but no brains in my head. But I do know she used to be part of Gaia Labs before it was absorbed. That's how we got talking about me applying to Plaxis. Her name's Harper something. Is that enough to find her? Iffy let out a long exhale as she tapped away at her screen.
As long as there isn't more than one. Not likely. Gaia Labs was a pretty small operation.
Tap, tap, scroll tap.
Harper. You're sure that's her name?
Absolutely. I made a joke about it. What? If Effie was going to think he was a generalized jerk, and given how she was giving him the stink eye, she did, he might as well work it into the curve. Finally, after a few more moments, Iffy shook her head and put down her tablet.
Mr. Archer, there was never an employee in Gaia Labs by the name of Harper. In fact, we haven't had an employee with the first name of Harper in any Plaxis division in the last 5 years. And can I tell you something else?
Bass continued to play along, even as he wondered why confirming that the NPC hadn't turned out to actually correspond with a real person upset him. Of course, I'm all ears.
My calendaring systems and my support staff are good. Extremely good. Tops, even. The chances that you really had an interview scheduled for today and that someone simply forgot to add it to our agenda is virtually none. That, paired with the fact that you didn't have an application profile in our system until I created it 10 minutes ago, tells me you had other reasons for coming here today. And, hey, I get that. Everyone who is anyone wants to work at Plaxis, and you aren't the first one to pull the "but I had an interview scheduled" routine.
Bass looked at his options, cop to the con and pass it off as arrogance or continue to play on. No one had ever accused him of being a quitter. I'm not quite sure I understand what you're saying, Iffy.
It's Miss Hannah. And what I'm saying is this.
She slammed her laptop closed.
I don't know who this Harper was to you, but if whatever you did to her was so serious that she changed her name, she doesn't want to be found by you. Now, I believe in second chances, and this is the only one I'm going to give today. Leave, Mr. Archer, and I won't report you to the authorities or delete any Plaxis accounts you have on any of our platforms. But if you ever come here again, I will have you dragged out by security so fast it will set a new world land speed record. Are we clear?
He knew when to cash out, even if his instinct pressed him to fight back against any suggestion that he was an abusive stalker. Boss stood. Thank you very much for your time, Miss Hannah. I'll show myself out. The secretary in the lobby appeared crestfallen as Bass handed back the temporary building pass and turned without fetching her data. Truth be told, he was a little disappointed himself. Maybe Chan wasn't crazy. How long had it been since Bass had even had a date? Drinks? Heck, a chat that didn't have to do with work. It had been years since he'd had a good night out with a woman, and even longer since he'd had a good night in with one. Just because he had no interest in a wife, or like Chan, a series of them, didn't mean he didn't like the occasional feminine friend at the end of his arm. But the only thing at the end of his arm, as he left the Plaxis building, was a confirmation that the program he'd met in Talia's NIP was nothing more than that. A program. Oh well. It had been fun, honestly, chasing down a mystery, even if it led to a dead end. But now, he needed to get back to chasing down some crypto. If he busted his way back to the other side of town and to his shop, Bass could flip that NNIP today and get it back to Talia in the morning. He might even have time to visit Harper again before he erased her. As Bass turned a corner, making for the maglev stations, he felt a buzz against the pulse points of his wrist. He pulled up his arm and watched an incoming message scroll across his comm display. Tonight, St. Dimphna's. Employee break room, 4th floor, if you want to know about Harper. Bass stopped in his tracks, making the person walking behind slam into him.
Hey, watch it.
He caught his balance only moments from falling. As soon as he was on his feet again, he looked back to his comm, but the message was gone. St. Dimphna's. He knew the place. In fact, he knew it all too well. Chapter 5. The Indian woman stood like a mythic goddess, the green folds of her dress billowing in the wind.
It is a conundrum, a paradox playing out in real time.
Her voice bore British markings, but with flecks of something more exotic. Made sense. She grew up in London, before it was destroyed, that was.
Mommy, what is she?
Shh.
Bass's mother laid her hand over his mouth, stilling his words.
Listen, you'll remember this someday. You'll remember the day that Santa Omala spoke.
Santa Omala? Didn't saints have to be Catholic?
Escuchan?
His mother continued, switching back to her native Spanish, the language an anchor to a life she'd left behind.
You are young, but I want you to remember the day that God saved this world by giving us hers.
Bass couldn't understand what the big deal was. The world was fine as far as he was concerned. He had a bed to sleep in and food most days of the week. The air filter he'd fished out of the garbage bins in the better part of town and dragged home to repair had stopped the worst of his mother's coughing fits. His dad promised he'd come home for Christmas this year. Maybe this time he would. What did Bass need to be saved from? His mother seemed to sense his confusion, patting him on the head and giving him one of her toothy smiles.
Children never know, do they? But you are 7 now. Almost a man, and soon you will. You will know how this time it was different.
He hoped so because Bass had no freaking clue what his mom was talking about. He sighed, nuzzling himself into her side and her embrace, just as the picture pulled in tight on the Indian woman's face.
We've cured the diseases that plague man, but not the plague of man itself.
The figure projected on the wall continued.
How, in this world, where we've defeated so much, are we still dying in such large numbers? Have we learned our lessons too late? I, for one, do not think so. And I'd like to tell you how we will save this world of ours from destruction. And maybe, if we work hard enough, save ourselves.
Your charge is 15 greens.
Bass startled awake as the tick-tock taxi jerked to a stop when the AI-generated voice spit out his due. What?
We have reached your desired destination, St. Dimphna's home for the terminally jacked. Your charge is 15 greens. Would you like me to convert the fees into another form of crypto? I can also accept rubies, jinx, hybardes, aurorians, sands.
Stop the inventory sheet and just take my greens. Bass pushed his conch against the payment terminal on the dashboard before him. A single beep let him know the taxi's scanner recognized the device, and a second longer beep let him know that the funds had been taken from his account. Wow, tic-tocs were pricey, but the city elders weren't encouraging single-rider vehicles these days. You wanted privacy and a direct route somewhere, you paid for it. I could buy food creds for 3 days for that price. How do you sleep at night?
A TikTok taxi does not require sleep,
Sir, will sir require a pickup later?
No, sir will not. Now open the goddarn door and let me out. As the tick-tock rolled on down the street, bumping over roads that were the last of the city's concerns, Bas took a deep breath, readying himself for the impact, and then the facade seemed smaller now. Or was it because his memories loomed larger than reality? Saint Dymphna was the patron saint of sleep disorders, but before chipheads had been a scourge, the joint fell under the blessings of Saint Jude. Saint Jude, the patron saint of lost causes. Made sense, seeing as the patients who ended up here were that. Medicine had come a long way in recent years. With all the wars and shifts in the environment, it had to. But there was a reason they called it a practice. Those whose maladies had no cure or were stuck on life support came to St. Dymphna's to be jacked into the real worlds. As their bodies were eaten by disease or time, their minds at least could be free. Bas got the intention, even understood how this was compassion. How come those whose family had means ended up at Dymphna's to ride out their days? But when chipheads did the same thing, giving up friends, family, and fortunes to stay perma-jacked in the ferries, that was perverse? Whatever. He wasn't here to take a stroll down memory lane. He was here to see a man about a girl or a program, whichever Harper was. At the front desk, a lone security officer sat, his eyes fixed on a projection of men in green and yellow uniforms darting up and down a football pitch. Bas's toolbox clanked as he placed it on the counter, brand side facing the guard. I'm here to do a repair on one of the machines. He handed over one of his business cards. The man behind the desk leaned forward, examined the piece of paper, then settled back into his chair.
Elevator's over there,
he said, waving vaguely to the right.
Code is 500.
One part of Bas wanted to lay into the guard for giving access with so little convincing. The other part of him was relieved for the very same reason. If something had changed between now and the last time he was here, Bas would be hard-pressed to tell you what. He stepped out on the 4th floor and into a time capsule. Same pale yellow wallpaper. Same antique coffee machine, one he'd himself reworked to accept crypto instead of prehistoric physical chip cards once upon a time. Same hints of urine and antiseptic dancing in the air. If he didn't know better, he'd have thought he could walk to the end of the hall, make a left, and open the 3rd door on the right. But this wasn't the real world. There were no happy endings. His mother wouldn't be there. His mother was dead. Bas turned right towards the old nurse's station. At this time of night, it sat empty. Unless policy had changed, there would be only one nurse and one doctor on duty, stationed up on the 6th floor just in case any of the patients woke up or, more than likely, passed away after working hours. Orderly droids would tend to most of the nighttime workload for taking vitals, replacing bags that held what was to be pumped in and what had been pushed out, maybe sweeping the floors. 3 faces turned as he entered the employee break room. One woman with striking silver hair, one tiny string of a man with no hair at all, and one flashy late 50s dude in a tailored 3-piece with platinum buttons. The woman took position before the table where the other 2 sat, her arms at her sides and fists for hands.
This the guy.
Fancy Suit nodded, folding his hands on the table and leaning forward.
Yes, that's him. You can relax the ninja routine, Petra. He's a con man, but he's not a criminal. No arrest record of any kind.
Bas's grip on his toolbox tightened. I am not a con man.
Oh, aren't you now?
Suit chuckled.
What do you call lying your way into one of the most secure facilities in the world, claiming you have a job interview, when you don't even have an account to play checkers on its platform?
Lots of people don't have a Plaxis user account. Bass shot back. And how do you know I have no criminal record or that you really know who I am? I could have used an alias. Stringbean turned in his chair.
So, you are a con man then?
No, I'm a... Jesus, Mary, and Buddha, why was he arguing with them? Look, someone sent a message and said if I wanted to know about Harper to meet here, well, here I am. I want to know about Harper. Petra took a step forward.
First, you're going to tell us how you know about her.
No way I am.
Then you don't really want to know that badly, which works for us.
She snapped back.
Leave. Never mention her name to anyone again, and we'll forget we know where you live and how to ruin your business.
Were they threatening him? I don't have any reason to tell anyone about her. I'm just curious. Who designed her? How did they enable a program to have such emotional range? Now, it was the trio who wore confusion across their faces.
Program.
Petra's forehead scrunched.
What do you mean, what kind of program?
Bass bit his tongue. Stringbean whispered a Spanish curse under his breath. Bass hadn't heard the phrase in a decade.
Look,
he said.
If you've got no interest in talking about her to anyone, then you have no reason not to answer our questions. So, cough it up, Sebastian. What are you talking about?
Bass lifted his toolbox to point at them. I tell you, then you tell me. I've got nothing invested. I only want to know what I stumbled across in case it comes back to bite me on the rear. The trio exchanged looks before Petra turned to him.
Agreed.
He lowered his toolbox. 2 days ago, one of my clients called me to get a first-generation NNIP restored and upgraded to current standards. When I got into the control panel, there was a super-rich media drive that had come loose from the port. I plugged it back in and ran the unit in demo mode to see if everything was working. Suit crossed his arms over his chest.
You mean you went in to see if there was a pot of unclaimed crypto in there you could get your hands on?
Bass ignored the frankly accurate barb and continued. I met an NPC inside who called herself Harper. Only, she wasn't like any NPC I'd ever seen before. She didn't have a catalog of arbitrary wish fulfillment tripe she tried to get me to fall for. In fact, she seemed to be annoyed that I was there. And then she begged me to find her designer. Stringbean furrowed his brow.
And that's why you showed up at Plaxis, because you were looking for her designer.
He shook his head.
I get the curiosity, but why expose yourself to them?
Petra chortled.
Because he's hoping he's found something valuable, that he can sell it back and make a quick buck.
That instigation put a spark in Bass's stack. I don't do quick bucks. I work for my crypto. Hard. Whoever put together an NPC who could function like that, especially with an unfamiliar avatar porting in? That must have taken some hard work. I want to make sure it wasn't sold off or lost by accident. Suit rose and stepped forward.
Are you saying you didn't go in looking for a hidden store of money?
He might as well be honest. Since there hadn't been any, he didn't have anything to hide. I admit, it was part of why I went in. I'd like to tell myself if I had found it, I'd have kept it too. But deep down, I know I wouldn't have. I would have passed it off to the woman who bought the NNIP. Petra's face shifted from one kind of disbelief to another.
So being rich is of no interest to you?
Bass waved a dismissive hand. Of course it is, but only if I earn it. Getting money thrown at you, or worse, stealing it. I don't know about you, but my self-respect cost more than any amount of money. What about you? How much would it take for you to sell out your soul? It was a good answer. He'd sold himself on it, even as he said it. Bonus points that it was true. The three of them seemed a bit unsure how to respond when he'd finished, until Fancy Suit pushed his hands into his pockets and crossed the room.
You promised that the only reason you were looking for Harper was to give her back her creation.
Bass nodded. It doesn't belong to me. I was looking for her because I admire her work. And I'm curious how she... Look, I'm only curious, okay? Suit laughed.
Well then, let's get to it. Petra? Carl?
The Titanic made a mental note. Gray hair was Petra. String bean was Carl. Who was Suit then? When they left the room, Bass didn't know what else to do but follow. But now that the immediate interrogation about who he was and what his intentions were, the Prince of Restoration had begun to turn those thoughts on the trio leading him down the hall. St. Dymphna's wasn't cool with after-hours visitors, that he remembered from all the times he'd tried to sneak into his mother's room at night. There were enough security cameras in the halls that whoever was on duty tonight would know they were there. No one came to bust their backsides, however, meaning the two men and the woman leading him up an old, familiar hallway either had serious crypto, serious power, and/or just the right friends. A few doors short of the path he'd taken dozens of times as a kid into room 406, Suit turned the handle on room 407, motioning Bass to enter before them. I don't get it, Bass said. I thought you were taking me to meet this Harper chick. Petra was suddenly behind him, her hand on his shoulder.
We are.
Bass walked through the door and into a nightmare. Chapter 6. Same bed, same wallpaper, same linoleum, curtains, machine beside the bed manually pumping lungs, scent of artificially purified air, same. Only the inert form hooked to tubes and sensors varied. The face mask pulled over her eyes obstructed part of her face, and some of the youth and roundness he'd seen inside the NNIP had faded. But there was no doubt who he was seeing.
Sebastian, this is Harper.
Petra's words only confirmed what he'd pieced together. No, it wasn't. It was his mother. Not actually his mother, of course, but a stand-in, a victim, a junkie. She was a chiphead. The disappointment raised his hands to his head as Bass pushed fingers through his tight, black curls. But she was so... Carl took point on the other side of the bed, picking up her hand.
Harper was no chiphead,
he said.
She was the youngest innovator ever brought onto the Gaia Labs team. There was a terrible accident.
Bass tried to steady his breath, but the years he'd suppressed in his memory enjoyed a nice long stretch now that he'd put them back into familiar surroundings. But this place, St. Dymphna's, it's for chipheads to die slowly with grace. After they forget how to wake up, after they get so twisted in the real world, this is where they... So, wait. That woman I met in the NNIP back in my shop, was that the real Harper? It would explain the human-like NPC, but it still didn't add up. There was no way Harper could be in his NNIP across town. That would require networking. Then, something else they'd said rebounded in his brain. You said she was part of Gaia Labs, but the HR person couldn't find her in the records. Why? The three people before him exchanged a look, before Carl ran a hand over his face.
You might as well tell him, Isco. I mean, we brought him this far.
So Suit's name was Isco, huh? Why did that sound familiar? Isco hesitated.
A little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. More than a little, potentially deadly.
Petra huffed.
But if what he's saying is true, by God, we could find a way to save her.
Save her? Bass asked. Save her from what? If she's here, she's on a one-way trip to the other side.
Harper isn't like the other patients here.
Bass tapped the stack of machinery about the size of a briefcase mounted on a wall next to the hospital cot. This is a Plaxis Mobile NN-IP Model 308. It's used to run closed-loop, contained real-world platforms intended for a single primary user. This chick's got a one-way ticket to Dream Zone. Don't try to tell me that's not what happened here, because I've read this book before and I know how it ends.
Do you now?
Carl reached across the table, pushed against the control panel of the Model 308, and opened a view to its innards. It took only moments for Bass to run a complete diagnostic in his mind of its configuration and see why they were so entertained by his presumptions. Harper couldn't be jacked into some simulation because the NNIP in her room wasn't an NNIP at all. In fact, he didn't know what it was, a question he posed to them only a moment later. Carl closed the box again.
It's a life support machine. Top of the line one, at that. You want to talk serious crypto? You got it right there. Harper's what the doctors used to call brain dead. Her body functions because of the machines, just as it has for 5 years. She's lucky this happened when it did. Even a year before, and this perpetual living death technology, the doctor's words, not mine, wouldn't have been around.
She's lucky too that Omala Grover set aside a trust for Harper's expenses. Poor girl had nothing. No resources outside her salary, and even the only family she had when she was alive is gone now. The silence we've had to buy to keep her here, alive but hidden, hasn't been cheap either.
Isco added.
You see, Mr. Archer, there's a reason our HR department couldn't find Harper in the Plaxis records. She's been erased.
Why would she want to erase Harper's HR records? Only Petra dared answer.
To tell you that, Mr. Archer, wouldn't do you any favors. Suffice to say, a dead woman may have rights. One who never existed, however.
Her voice trailed off. Bass tried to process the facts and piece together how it all made sense. But she's not dead. She's sitting right in front of us.
A shell of a human,
Isco acknowledged.
The three of us have spent the last 5 years protecting and hiding, hoping against hope that one day someone like you would come along and tell us that you'd found what we only speculated was out there. A copy Harper made before she died.
But I didn't find her. I found a program she designed. Maybe that's just a program.
No, it's not just a program because that NNIP you have isn't just an NNIP. It's a whole consciousness scanner one Harper invented, and, we later speculated, she may have tested on herself before she died. The person you met when you jacked in wasn't an NPC program. It was a copy of Harper's mind.
Petra sat on the edge of Harper's bed and took the frail hand in her own.
And now that you have her, we can use the machine to put her back in her body. We can finally bring Harper home.
The woman's silver eyes, tear-laden, turned up to Bass.
If you're willing to help us, that is.
His eyes shifted to his toolbox where the super-rich drive was hidden. Would it work if he put it anywhere else? Would Harper's consciousness pour into the networked worlds, or his projection TV, or even into something like Gaia itself? She'd made a copy of herself. Fine. But Petra seemed to think you could throw the copy back in the old body and... magic. Harper would be back. That was the perspective of someone who spent too much time in the virile world. You couldn't close Pandora's box after the fire was burning and expect the trees to spring from the ashes. I'll take you to the NNIP, but on one condition. All three of them blinked in surprise, but it was Carl who spoke.
How are we negotiating this? Clearly you must see how fortuitous all of us coming together in these circumstances is.
Oh, I do. More fortuitous than you know, because I know how ridiculous what you're proposing is. But it's not really any of my business. If the Harper I met decides she wants to be downloaded to her body, then fine. But you gotta ask her first. Do that I'll happily get you in to see her. Petra held out her hand.
Thank you, Mr. Archer, we shall.
Chapter 7. Boss didn't have to splurge for another TikTok. Isco had a white limo big enough to seat them all. The Titanic whistled as it pulled up to the curb in front of St. Dymphna's. Who are you people, and whose government did you blackmail? Carl laughed as he crawled into the back seat.
I'm starting to like this kid.
Petra was next, sliding across.
You like everybody, Carl. It's one of your biggest faults.
Personally, I think it's one of his best traits.
Isco waved Bass in.
After you, Your Majesty.
Bass ducked inside to put his toolbox on the seat before pulling back out. You know I'm not real royalty, right? That whole Prince of Restoration thing is only a marketing tactic.
Really?
The silver-haired man winked.
Your secret is safe with me.
Isco pushed in the address listed on Bass's paper business card and then set about admiring it.
Haven't seen one of these since I was a kid.
He passed it back to Bass.
Isn't paper dreadfully expensive?
Getting cheaper these last few years, he said. Bamboo plantations over on the other side of the Pacific have been able to boost output since the environment started getting better. But yes, it is expensive.
Then why do you buy it?
Petra asked. He ignored the question. His business philosophy was none of their business. Instead, Bass changed the subject. Harper's copy, or whatever you want to call her, she mentioned about something called spinning wheel. Is that what she was talking about? This cloning thing? Petra buried her chin into her shoulder.
It's not cloning. When you clone something, you make a copy intending for there to be a duplicate. What Harper created was more like a backup.
Isco's face went red, but his voice only hinted at anger.
Petra.
What? It's not like we're giving away industry secrets. The project was DOA.
So she didn't get her funding then. Bass tracked the car's progress through the city out the window. She'll be disappointed to find that out. She seemed to think it was urgent based on what she said.
Actually, she did get funded,
Carl said.
Only...
Isco's narrowed eyes and creased forehead cut them off. That snapped Bass's attention back from the envious glances of the pedestrians they passed. Only what? Carl and Petra turned questioning gazes on Isco. Apparently, the suit and limo guy was the conductor on this circuit. The silver-haired man cleared his throat.
No one's really sure what happened that day. We'd already left the room after being told that Gaia Labs was being kicked out of the Plaxis building and that every person and project would be temporarily relieved until the main company decided whether to keep us on. Harper had just, and I mean just, been told her project was approved. We heard shouting, a scream, and by the time we got back in, Harper was on the floor, her eyes rolling back in her head. No one's really sure what happened.
Petra turned to look out the window, mumbling something about someone's really sure about what happened. Carl rolled his eyes.
Petra.
What?
She snapped back.
I'm entitled to my thoughts. It wouldn't be the first time that old evil witch was implicated in someone's death.
Bass sat up a little straighter. Old evil witch? Despite both her compatriots shooting her a dirty look, Petra kept on.
Johanna Tig. She was the last one to see Harper alive.
Carl clicked his tongue.
Both of her security guards were there and both gave statements saying that Harper rushed Johanna, but then she fell down. They said no one pushed her or hit or anything like that.
Petra cackled.
And you believe everything her paid monkeys say?
Isco cracked his knuckles against the heel of the opposite hand.
Johanna doesn't pay monkeys. She pays monsters. We'd all be wise to remember that.
Bas read through the lines on that. Are you saying there might be something to it? That it's possible Johanna Teague, the second in command at Plaxis and wife of its CEO, hurt Harper?
I would never say something like that,
Isco insisted.
But you said it yourself, Mr. Archer. HR couldn't find Harper's records on their system. A cautious man would ask himself why and who made it so.
The limo swung around a corner, navigating the arch on the road that divided the good part of town from the one that Bas called home. Gone were the newer, glistening buildings with their solar panel shades, air ventilation stacks, and pristine sidewalks. In came the retrofitted patchwork buildings that had survived iteration after iteration of the city, each generation adding and subtracting in the ways that made sense to them. People didn't hasten here. They shuffled, slowly, ever vigilant. A limo in this part of town raised eyebrows, and if Bass had been a wiser man, he'd have recommended against it at the outset. Then again, how could he know that this trio were hiding a woman who was supposed to be dead from one of the most powerful people in town? Nothing to be done for it now. Bass studied the quiet faces from the corner of his eye, watching irritation inch across Carl's expression until it gained enough mass to put to words.
You know the rumors, though, about Johanna and Omala and how Omala actually
Carl.
To say that Isco was angry didn't capture the rage that suddenly filled the man's eyes. Mr. Fancy Suit didn't yell. He glared. Omala, as in Omala Grover? Bas turned his eyes on Isco. You saying that Johanna Teague had something to do with offing that fraud? Saint Omala, my left leg. Isco's eyebrow arched.
I assure you, Mr. Archer, you are not the first person who I've heard disparage our friend, but remember that Johanna has organized quite a smear campaign about Omala since her death. Don't buy into the lies. The woman we knew was not the Messiah. She'd be the first to tell you she had faults and that sometimes she exchanged her morals for her desires. But she was a good woman who ultimately did what she thought best to help everyone around her.
I don't need a smear campaign to sell me on Grover's shortcomings, Bas said. Did you do your homework on me, Isco? Oh, I'm sure you did. So, you know that wasn't my first time at St. Dymphna's. To their credit, Petra and Carl's faces screwed up.
What is he saying?
Petra asked. Isco kept his eyes locked on Bas, and Bas wasn't about to back down on that challenge.
Mr. Archer's mother passed away in St. Dymphna's about a decade ago,
the old man said.
She was an early employee of Gaia Labs as well, but she became a VR addict.
You can call her what she was, Bas said. My mom was a chiphead. Started by being a secretary inside Gaia, then slowly started to experiment with other platforms. By the time she was admitted to St. Dymphna's, she only came out of them once a day to empty her bio bags and change clothes. She bought into Grover's utopia until it killed her. You can sing all the praises you want about her, but I ain't digging the tune. Your real worlds exploit the weak and drain the poor of the only thing that was truly theirs until VR came along. Their misery while spending time on this earth. Petra slid forward and placed her hand on Bass's.
Please understand, Amala did her best, and the benefits of her work far outweigh the costs.
Any response he might have made was cut by the limo slowing to a stop. Royal Tech Restoration and Repair probably didn't impress the trio. The building was old, even for San Francisco. He'd once found newspapers from the 1990s in a wall when he'd converted it from an auto repair shop to a workshop. The bay doors remained in place, though he'd replaced the metal doors with nearly unbreakable glass panels. The best advertisement for those who worked with their hands was to be witnessed in the art of their employment. A second floor held what served as his home, an open room with a kitchenette and a bathroom. He'd had the outside of the building painted white when he'd bought it with the settlement money 6 years ago. But what Bass saw as a fresh start for himself and the building alike, the neighborhood kids saw only as a blank canvas. At first, he'd been angered by the graffiti. The painters came back out and covered it over. The kids added their touches again. A third round brought him to the precipice of a decision: fight back or give in. If there was one lesson his mother had taught him that stuck, it was that you gained more distance by going with the stream than against it. Bass put up signs all over the neighborhood claiming the art had been commissioned and invited any street artist who wanted to turn at the centrally located, highly visible building to apply. Not only did it dissuade the kids in the neighborhood from freelancing on his walls, it put them into camps, each protecting the tagger they put up from their own cabals. The latest artist had a thing for old Europe, maybe because so much of the cities had been destroyed in the last war. Raoul had taken the name of the business as inspiration and managed through ingenious uses of shadows and perspective to transform the building's facade into a miniature palace, adding triangular flags on the corners to complete the illusion. Isco rolled down the window, examining the scene.
I've heard a man's home is his castle, but I've never actually seen it literally.
Bass paused, his handle on the door. How do you know I live here?
You may not have a Plaxis user profile, but you still have a file in the legal department.
The repairman opened the limo door and leaned in to grab his toolbox, pointing at Fancy Suit. Say another word, and you can take this limo, all the people in it, and shove it up your...
Peace, Mr. Archer.
Isco put up his hands in surrender.
Please, if you'll show us Harper's NNIP.
They all piled out and lined up on the sidewalk as Bass punched in the security codes to unlock the shop doors into his comp. I turn off my power at night, he said. My grid's going to need a few minutes to warm up enough to power the unit. My doors operate on the same system, so until then, we'll have to wait out here.
It's no problems,
Petra said.
We've waited years, we can wait a few more minutes.
Just curious, Bass said. How are you planning to get her copy into her body? Carl shrugged.
We're not sure. We have a theory based on...
One icy cold look from both Isco and Petra cut the man's words off at the neck. Bass smirked. Trade secret, huh? Fine, I don't need to know. He raised his comp when it beeped. Okay, we're good to go. If you want a cup of coffee or something. 3 steps towards the door, cut his words off as the walls became rubble and the wind of the blast knocked all of them off their feet. Chapter 8.
Get up!
His eyes cracked open, but the view was blurry. He was on the ground. Heat across his brow suggested he was bleeding. The only sound he could really distinguish was the intense ring in his ears. Something small and white scuttled across the ground and jumped up on his shoulders.
Mr. Archer, you must rise at once.
Detritus took on definition. Sound became sense. Bas blinked away his confusion, pushed himself up to his feet through Herculean effort, and immediately sank to his knees. Gone. It was all gone. His shop, yes, but the building was only one part of it. It had been his home, his hope, his resurrection, his identity. And in a single moment, it all lay in ruins, strewn about the street. He was ruined. Immediately, looky-loos rushed the scene, gawkers gathering at the trough of tragedy. A few familiar faces swam by, and it took a moment for Bas to understand why they seemed to have no concern for him. Had he meant so little to the community he'd called home since he was a child? But between him and the smoky ruins of all his efforts lay 3 unmoving bodies. How had he landed farther back than them? Because he was the one who'd opened the door. His body would have taken on some of the impact. Concern for himself morphed into concern for those who'd been with him. For the second time in as many minutes, Bas pulled himself up before trying to stumble towards Petra, her body the closest to him.
Leave them!
Tiny pinpricks dug into his earlobe.
They're unconscious, but otherwise uninjured. You have to run. Run now.
Bas swatted at his shoulder, but the creature on it ducked under his jacket, almost as if it understood what it had been trying to do. The brush of fur and slink of a wiry tail told him his worst fear was true. There was a rodent that was inside his clothes. Get off! Bas hit his shoulder. The creature maneuvered under his shirt, scurrying from one shoulder to the other.
Mr. Archer, you are in immediate danger. You must get away from here post-haste.
Who was talking? And what other danger could he possibly be in? What was his shop going to do? Explode again? Petra's blue eyes cracked open just at that moment and found his. The single word she spoke through bloody lips froze him in place.
Run.
He didn't know why, and he didn't know to where, but 2 people telling him to get away? Maybe he should listen. Bas took a moment to tap his inside pocket, making sure the super-rich drive was still intact. Luckily, it had been on his front side, and he'd landed on his back. If it survived the impact of the blast, Harper would be okay. A few steps on, he found his toolbox, dented but otherwise intact. The handle felt cool when he hoisted it up. What kind of explosion gave off chills instead of heat?
Now, you fool!
The voice spooked him, and even though he still had something crawling around his clothing, Bas took flight.
Right here, now left.
It had to be coming from the mouse inside his jacket. It was too small to be a rat. But how? Was it a droid? Whose? And had it been waiting at his shop because it knew something was about to go down? Or because it had caused something to happen?
Here, go in this door, 3rd floor, apartment 3B.
Bas didn't recognize where he was, even though he couldn't be more than 4 blocks from home. Here he was, the person who always complained no one knew their neighbors anymore. And so little a distance had rendered him a stranger. He paused outside the apartment door, wondering how to get in. The key required a fingerprint, and there was no way his would open it. Suddenly, the locks disengaged. He dove into the apartment, turned, repowered the locks, and pressed his ear against the door. Footsteps. Up the stairs, forward, slowing, silence, then descent. Someone had been following him. But who and why? Questions that would have to wait. A tiny prick behind his ear made Bas slap himself in the neck. Only a moment was allowed for annoyance, because the very next, his eyes were closing. There was a couch just a few steps away, but as Bas's eyes drifted closed, he knew he'd never make it. This time, when he opened his eyes and saw a white mouse staring at him from a nearby coffee table, it kind of made sense. Because after what he'd experienced in the last 48 hours, what didn't? Bass clutched his forehead as he sat up, like that could stop the ringing. When had he been battered about by a bull?
Sir, I've researched on injuries such as the one you're likely to have received.
And the mouse talked. Of course it did.
The ringing in your ears should have ceased now.
The tiny creature continued.
But you may still be suffering a concussion. I selected this residence because it has a newer NNIP with reverse biometric capabilities. If you'll jack in, I can perform a full diagnostic.
I only jack in for pay. Bass surveyed his surroundings, suddenly becoming aware that he was in a stranger's apartment. Whose house is this? They going to come home and find me?
Doubtful, sir. Tara just left for work before we arrived. Nevertheless, as soon as you're able to move with surety, you should. Straight out of town, I'd suggest.
I'm not going anywhere until I figure out who blew up my business, who this Harper is, and why there's an android talking to me. The little creature bristled, the hair on the back of its shoulders standing straight up.
I am not an android.
Remote interceptor, then? Is that it? The mouse yelped as Bass picked it up, turning it in circles, looking for the micro antenna hidden inside the ear.
Sir, I demand that you unhand me this very moment.
Which Bass did, forcefully. You don't have a receiver.
Actually, I do. My spine functions in that capacity, but I'm no toy. No one commands me.
That's impossible, Bass said, grabbing a candlestick from a nearby table just in case he needed to play whack-a-rodent. If no one's operating you, then you'd be a
banned and fully illegal piece of technology? Yes.
The mouse finished for him, before it bent itself backward, licking down the fur that Bass's assault had left mussed.
I am sorry, Mr. Archer, but that's all I'm at liberty to say.
If you don't have a master controller, you should have total liberty to do whatever you want. The challenge was met with a smile, and that's how Bass learned that tech mice could smile.
An interesting psychological quandary indeed, but I'm afraid one solved by the very plebeian desire for self-preservation. Now, stop wasting time. I was able to get you out of the thick of things, but the emergency response team assembled at the scene is currently sending scans through the building to see if there's anyone trapped in the rubble. As soon as they're done with that, they're going to start looking for you.
Why shouldn't they find me? I didn't do anything wrong. And why do you sound like an anime character but talk like some stuffy prof?
My apologies. In other environments, I sound much more human. My last settings adjustment was made by a child who thought I sounded cute. Like this.
The mouse said.
And you did do something wrong. You just exploded your own building 2 days after upping your insurance policy. Some very incriminating documents and sound files were anonymously sent to the authorities to prove it. Or at least strongly suggested.
Documents? Bass balked. Audio? That's crazy. That shop is my life. Why would I blow it up? And who would want to make it look like I did?
Plaxis has deep pockets and long arms, and Johanna Teig will do anything she can to make sure you don't become a problem.
There was that name again. Johanna Teig is a corporate bigwig. I'm a peon repairman who fixes outdated tech for people too poor to even buy Plaxis merch. What possible threat could I be to her?
You have access to Harper.
The mouse said.
And until such time as Johanna destroys the memory module on which she lives, then you continue to be a threat.
So, wait. Are you telling me that Johanna Teague framed me for insurance fraud?
And tried to kill Harper's copy in the process, yes.
The mouse concurred.
But she did not know that you had removed the memory module from the NNIP in which you'd found it.
But I'm the only one who knows that. A truth which triggered other questions in Bas's head. Wait, how do you know that?
Because I am Laporte.
It said it like it should mean something. That didn't really answer my question.
Again, I cannot say more than that for my own protection. In any event, yes, I know that you have the drive on your person.
Instinctively, Bas reached for his chest, running a hand over the outside of his jacket, assuring the drive was still with him. How? It's not independently networked.
It sends out a beacon that can only be detected within a 20-foot perimeter.
A beacon? That was some seriously old tech. If Harper designed it that way, he appreciated her a little more now. So I'll throw it in the bay, and that will be that. The mouse shook its head.
It would be foolish, in my opinion, to rid yourself of the only leverage you have over the powerful adversary. Your best bet right now is distance. Until I can formulate a plan, you shouldn't be anywhere near San Francisco.
I'm not leaving town, Laporte. The mouse blinked twice.
But, sir...
Okay, seriously. That voice has got to go. Bas's hand lashed out to the side. Change it to something that sounds, I don't know, a lot less annoying. The mouse's eyes shifted suddenly from black to red. It looked diseased. Only then, a moment later, they darkened again. It blinked twice and turned its gaze towards Bas.
Is this better, sir?
Now you sound like a butler, but yeah, better. He shifted back to the previous topic. I'm not leaving town. That shop was my life. That business was my purpose. And now, because I innocently stumbled upon someone's lab project, my life is going to be turned upside down. I don't care what kind of vixen suit is gunning for me. I'm staying here and fighting for what I built and created with my own time, sweat, and blood.
If it's just a question of money, I can amend that in short order.
The conch on Bas's wrist beeped. When he read out the message on the screen, he could hardly believe it. This says that I got a transfer of 10,000 rubies into my account. What the That's like $250,000 in greens.
260,073 to be precise, based on the close of the Shanghai exchange this morning. Rubies are an extremely valuable form of crypto, very difficult to trace. 10,000 should be able to keep you afloat for some time, and with some deal of comfort as well.
It's not about the money. Suddenly, Bas realized exactly what he was doing. Wait, why am I standing here arguing with you? And how do you have instant access to lump sums of semi-legal crypto?
You're here because you realize that in helping Harper, you'd be helping someone very much like yourself.
Some rich girl tech genius working for the most powerful company on the planet under the wings of Santa Omala? Yeah, Laporte sounds just like me. Bas turned, waving a hand through the air. You know what? I'm done. Thanks for giving me a place to crash for a few, but I need to clean up this mess. Take your money back. I don't do bribes.
It's not a bribe, it's a gift. Or, if you prefer, you could consider it fees paid in advance for your services.
Bass's hand paused on the door. What are you talking about?
You're the only living person who saw how Harper designed the NNIP. You could build another one.
Bass laughed into his shoulder. I only saw the hardware, and I'm pretty sure there was a massive amount of programming involved with getting that device to work that way. I don't do that kind of advanced coding.
I can handle the code,
Laporte said, scurrying up Bass's pant leg then jacket before settling on his shoulder.
But here, I am only a mouse, and in the real world, mice cannot build human-sized consciousness scanners. I simply don't have the strength, or the thumbs.
Bass coughed a laugh. Can't fault your logic on that one.
Please, Mr. Archer,
Laporte continued.
You and I working together is the only way to help Harper.
What about Petra, Carl, and Isco?
All well-intentioned, I'm sure, and loyal caretakers of Harper's physical body all these years. But ultimately, they want to keep her where she's been. Hidden, safe. I want to free her.
Why? What's in it for you? The mouse bit his tiny pink tongue. Oh, I see. Something else you're not at liberty to say. More self-preservation.
No, sir. This time it's not about me. It's about Harper.
He couldn't explain why, but something in the mouse's voice pulled at Bass's heart. You seem to have some hookups, unlocking doors and making rubies appear out of thin air. Can you clear my name of insurance fraud? His good name was, after all, his most valuable asset. Even if he did manage to rebuild his shop, no one was going to hire a repairman they thought was crooked.
Of course, though I'll need time and some assistance to assure it is done.
Bass continued. The kind of hardware I saw in that machine isn't going to come cheap. I start making purchases with what you put in my account. Anyone going to come looking for that dough? I mean, those rubies? They're real, right? Not counterfeit code?
All money is fiction, sir. It is simply one your society chooses to believe in collectively.
Is that a yes, Laporte?
I could have deposited 100,000 rubies into your account if I had wanted to.
The mouse boasted.
Though with riches comes attention, and that's the last thing you want right now.
Fine, Rat. I'm hired then. Bass pulled the super-rich drive from his pocket. Now, the first thing we need to do is put Harper somewhere safe while we get everything else taken care of. Laporte nodded.
I know just the place.
Chapter 9. You got a problem, Rat? The mouse eyeballed the tick-tock with no small amount of suspicion. Luckily, at this time of night, a few hours before dawn, no one was out in the street to hear Bass talking to a mouse. Or worse, to hear the mouse talk back.
I detect a trace of alcohol and...
Laporte sampled the air, his little whiskers twitching.
Vomit.
Yup, that's a tick-tock at 4 a.m. for you. Bass pressed his conch to the outside scanner to initiate the ride. The door on the spherical vehicle spun open on its one hinge, revealing the source of what the mouse had perceived on the floor. Bass threw an arm over his nose. Come on, man. You gotta wash out your floor when that kind of crap happens. The taxi's AI piped up.
Cost of a pre-ride interior wash is 2 greens. Do you agree to the additional charge?
Agree to it. I demand it.
Confirmed. Please wait while interior is cleaned and sanitized for your riding enjoyment.
The door closed again, and in short order, the windows of the vehicles steamed over. Laporte used the delay to his advantage.
As I mentioned, sir, I can summon us an on-demand limo in very short order.
Bass shook his head. Those things are all tagged and tracked. I know a TikTok ain't the fanciest, but they're not owned by the city. No tracking. The last thing I want right now is for some overly zealous cop to track me to the ferries.
Actually, you're only partially right. San Francisco does not own the company which operates the TikTok taxis, but authority does. They are very tracked, but I have ability to shield us from their view, even if we are going to the ferries.
Laporte sighed.
I'm certain we could find the NNIP in a much more secure location than that den of inequity.
Don't be so quick to criticize. Dens of inequity come with advantages.
Such as?
Everyone there is either blind or deaf. Both if you pay them enough. Listen, you said we need to put Harper somewhere safe until we get an NNIP reconfigured. She's not going to be safe if we jack in her copy through a registered coffin.
But no one would be able to find her unless they were specifically looking for an avatar matching her description. Only Isco, Petra, Carl, and we even know of Harper's existence.
You don't think my shop just randomly blew up, do you? Bass asked. Either someone else knows, or one of the merry trio sprang a leak. Which begged the question, who would be there with a cup, ready to catch whatever flowed up? Bass was pretty sure he knew the answer to that question, and it sent a shiver down his spine.
But Petra, Carl, and Isco have been protecting Harper for years.
Yeah, but protecting her for whose benefit?
Your cleaned cabin is ready. Please enter the vehicle if you wish to continue and state your destination clearly.
Bass peeked inside the cab just as the door swung open, taking a deep whiff. He exhaled with a sigh. There you go. Fresh as a spring morning in the city. Laporte scurried into the cab.
You and I, sir, have completely different experiences of what that means.
One good thing about having a mouse for an accomplice, it was easy to sneak him about. Not that anyone probably would have noticed anything out of the ordinary if Laporte had merely scurried over the ferry's floor. One more rodent in a rodent-filled dilapidated building. Laporte hopped out of Bass's jacket pocket and onto the bed of the NNIP.
This control panel is here, under which are the circuits of the...
They'd spent much of the TikTok ride trying out different voices. The French Garçon one had gotten annoying fast. The one Bass had finally gone with would blend in as normal, he'd thought. Finally, Laporte sounded like any scrub who just wandered in from the Haight-Ashbury. Bass pushed the mouse aside as he pulled up the thin piece of metal and, with a screwdriver he pulled from his pocket, began to undo the pins holding down the security cap of the input ports. I've been repairing and restoring these things since I was 12, he said, pulling off the piece of plastic and setting it aside, revealing an assortment of various input ports, each with a distinct purpose. Nothing you can tell me about this machine that I don't already know. He took out the super-rich drive from his pocket and aligned its male part to the machine's female receptacle. You sure I can pull her off here and put her someplace safe?
With my help, yes. I have access to almost every V-Real world currently online.
Great. Bass slid the drive into the slot before turning around and seating himself on the bed of the jackpod. This model, newer than the one that had been destroyed in his shop, didn't require him to manually hook himself up to the sensors. The bed was layered with neural and biometric scanners that would allow his brain and the machine to communicate.
Sir, what are you doing?
You know, it's really getting on my nerves. You calling me sir all the time. Bass took off his shirt, laid it on the ground. Bare skin increased the data transfer. If he wasn't half afraid some junky chiphead would wander in and steal his pants, he would have taken those off too. I'm jacking in. I want to see that Harper someplace safe before I let her tether to the memory module snap. I'll password protect her files. You put her somewhere I think she's going to be safe, and I'll let her go. You don't, I pull out and bolt.
Fair enough.
Even Bass had to pause. I expected you to argue with me on that.
Why would I? It only shows me you have Harper's best interest in mind. If anything, I appreciate your efforts to protect her. Jack in then. Once you've assumed your avatar, I'll move it along with Harper.
Great. Bass laid down. Off to the real side then. Find my avatar and drop it wherever you intend to put her. Gilded chandeliers and crystal glasses. A stone floor inlaid with dozens of patterns and shades, all working together to form a mosaic of ocean waves, rolling over a mighty ship. Dozens of women floated across it in swaddles of silk and mist, each appearing to dance on her own personal cloud. At the end of an elegantly gloved hand, a man dressed to look like the waiters at that Vegas club, themed around the court of Louis XIV. A chamber orchestra fiddled out something that sounded like the kind of music the streams put on during Christmas. On a nearby table sat a roasted pig, complete with an apple in its mouth. You've got to be kidding me. Bass took one step forward, out of the shadows. The kingdom? What the Ah! He spun when a hand landed on his shoulder, ready to drop palms with whoever it was that touched him. When a petite, olive-skinned man, with short curly hair and a crooked smile held up his hands in surrender, Bass delayed.
Please, sir, it's me.
The face he'd never seen before, but the voice was exactly the same. Laporte? The demure man nodded. You're human?
Inside real worlds, I can take on any form I want.
And this one is the one you want to go with? Laporte's smile flatlined.
My favorite.
Right, whatever. I thought you said that you were going to put Harper into a real world where she'd be inconspicuous. But this is the freaking kingdom. If you're trying to keep her hidden from Plaxis, dropping her in the middle of their cash cow is a sucky idea. There's no way the users here aren't going to figure out that she doesn't belong.
I understand it seems counterintuitive, but of all the real worlds I have access to, this is the one with the highest security measures, and a user base which tends to only associate with others who have an ability to further their interest in the real world. Besides, I am able to see everything that goes on here.
Meaning what? You're like God or something? The mouse man grinned.
Hardly. Remember, sir, I'm not actually a man or an animal. What I am is a bit more complex.
Laporte tapped his temples.
I have complete access to all the security functions in this place. Even if I cannot alter or predict, I can observe.
Yeah. But when Harper starts flying off the handle like she did with me, begging for help to find her real-world counterpart, it's going to raise flags. Its answer to that was only to shake its head and plaster on a coy smile, which let Bass know he was in the dark again. You're not telling me something.
Excuse me, sir.
A slow turn of his body became a wild spin in his head. It couldn't be. Rather, it obviously was. But still. In the NNIP demo world, Harper had been dressed like any Jane Doe on the street. Sensible pants, a white top, her brown hair tied back in a ponytail. But that was just the paper doll to this creature before him. Her amber eyes shone through a face bearing rosy cheeks. Her hair had been attacked by a time bot, replacing the easy-going contemporary do with something that looked like a wedding cake. Swirls and dips highlighted with pearls. Her dress could serve as the sail on a boat, its ample skirting both disguising the curves of her hips. Yes, he'd noticed those before, while accentuating the slender frame now hidden beneath a laced bodice. And at the top of the bodice, Boss's eyes refused to move from her chest, until Laporte slapped him on the back and redirected his attention. Harper, you look... Boss smacked his palate as he took her in from head to toe. She smiled bashfully.
Sir is too kind, and I do thank you for the implication of a compliment. I hope you do not think me too forward. It is not the place of a lady to seek out company. But there is something about you that... I wondered if you might care to have this dance.
I would love to dance. Boss looked back to Laporte, questions screaming from his eyes.
Lady Harper!
Laporte rounded the befuddled man and turned Harper towards the dance floor.
Prince Sebastian would be delighted to dance with you, but do not bring yourself embarrassment by being so forward. Go stand over there, and he will approach you presently. You wouldn't wish the other courtiers to think you were being overly bold.
Her smile shattered and fell to the floor.
Oh no, of course not. Yes, I will do that. My prince?
Bass, not knowing what else to do, waved her along. Right, like he said, I'll be there with a present. The moment Harper was out of sight, Boss grabbed the whatever the Laporte was by the lapels and pulled him in. Why doesn't she know me? Why did you call me a prince? And in general, why? He tightened his grip. You better start talking fast, Laporte, or I'm going to abort. Before he could wrestle and answer, Ba found his hands empty as Laporte disappeared and reappeared in the same instant beside him. Boss's head swung left, right. You can teleport. Laporte shook his head.
That would require physical space. This is virtual reality. All I did was exit and re-enter at a different spot on the projected grid. Now, if you'll stay calm, I'll give you a brief version of what I've done and why.
Boss leaned and looked over Laporte's shoulder, catching a glimpse of a blushing Harper, giggling amongst a gaggle of similarly painted ladies. Fine, but quick. Why, of all the places you could pick, did you land us in the kingdom and use a different voice? This Midwest Yank thing you have going on doesn't fit with what I'm seeing.
You need to learn to disassociate what you see from what your eyes are looking at.
Closing his eyes, Bass swatted the air. Not sure that's better, but go on.
Here is not our destination,
Laporte declared.
But where we are going can only be entered from either of the platforms that Amala Grover's code created. Given your personal history and bad association with Gaia, I thought the kingdom would be more agreeable.
He couldn't argue with that. If Bass had opened his eyes and found himself immersed in the platform that he blamed for starting his mother down the path of a chiphead, he'd have blown a gasket. Laporte continued.
That is and is not Harper. I've blocked out her memories and have her running on an NPC algorithm until we can get her to a place to cross over to the safe place.
So you're, controlling her? The diminutive man shrank back.
Heavens no, I would never dare to. Think of it like a dream. I've given her subconscious mind a framework within which to work. All the actions and decisions she takes, however, are hers alone.
Jesus, you can do something like that. What the heck are you?
A concerned party.
He looked over at the giggling women.
I have to admit, I didn't anticipate that you'd made such an impression on her.
Logic abandoned Bass in his hour of need. Are you saying she's, into me? Laporte ignored the question, turning on his heel.
We need to get her to the gateway to the safe place.
But why can't you know? The repairman snapped his fingers. Pop us there?
Because you have a human mind, and human minds cannot tolerate that kind of psychologistic shift. The only way to get through doors once someone like you is in the program is to walk through them. Which is why you're going to go convince her to leave with you post-haste.
Going to convince her to... Bass laughed. You might not buy this, but I'm not the world's greatest ladies' man. I haven't picked up a woman, even tried to pick up a woman in... God, how long had it been? A year? 2 years? Eindu? Laporte put his hand on Bass's shoulder, bringing him back to the moment.
I've made this extremely easy for you,
he said, turning and nudging Bass forward.
I've incarnated you here as a prince. Harper is running on NPC courtier programming, which is telling her to do whatever it takes to get your attention, then make you happy.
Bass stopped on the spot. Courtiers in the kingdom are programmed to be seduced. With one push, Laporte coaxed him forward.
There's a reason it's both the most sought after and the most expensive real-world platform. Disgusting but highly useful to our needs at this moment. Hurry, I'll be outside momentarily with a waiting coach. Do not tarry. There are users in this world we would be well advised to avoid.
No, Laporte. Wait, But it was too late. Laporte was gone, and Harper, Lady Harper, had him locked in her sights. Chapter 10. The ancient cinema films had never interested Bass. Too bad, because any one of those movies would have told him what to do. At the very least, women were women, no matter the time period from which they hailed. Surely, then, some universals remained true. Women like to be charmed, right? And they liked confident men. Bold, handsome, confident men. Not much Bass could do now about handsome, but confident. He faked that all the time when a customer called him for a repair that he had no idea how to do. That was it. He needed to treat Harper like a customer. The only difference was that he was selling charm. He walked with audacious steps, perhaps swinging his arms a little too forcefully, but who could really say? When he reached Harper, the other NPCs around her gave him room. Lady Harper? He leaned over to take her hand, placing a kiss like he'd seen in countless ads, all the time his eyes locked to hers. When a fresh flush crept across her skin, he'd known he'd pull it off.
Prince Sebastian.
She curtsied as she took back her hand.
I hope you do not think me impertinent, but when I saw you'd arrived, I feared I might lose you to another if I didn't act quickly.
No, you're good enough. I mean, you're good. Sweet, pretty. You're so pretty. Well, at least that wasn't a lie. Last time he'd seen her, he hadn't thought much beyond her being kind of pretty. But something had changed since then. What? He couldn't say. But as her gaze focused and her lips parted. Santa Lucia. If Bass had realized what he was doing when he'd done it, he might have done it a little more purposefully. He could always try again. But he had to stay focused. I was wondering if you might want to... Do you want to take a walk, maybe?
A walk?
She repeated the words like they were new to her.
But it is breezy outside, is it not?
Ah, this move he remembered from high school. Bass took off the frou-frou jacket Laporte had dressed him in, with all its brass buttons and gold brocade, and swung it over her bare shoulders. Shoulders were so much more attractive than hands. Why wasn't there a tradition to kiss someone's shoulder when you met them? I promise, I'll keep you warm. So they were walking. Great. Only now that the initial goal had been met, Bass started to reflect on what was going on. He was lying, maybe for a noble cause, but dishonesty had never been his strong suit. Not only that, but whatever Laporte had done to Harper's brain. She wasn't the same person he'd met on the machine back in his shop. This version might be a little fancier, but that part was fake. As Harper hooked her arm around his and promenaded under the overhang of the palace roof, a freaking palace, he found himself suddenly missing the person who had verbally bitten off his head. Night gave them little advantage. The drive leading out from the front of the palace was lit by torches. Luckily, the other couples taking advantage of the gardens seemed too concerned with their own affairs, either of the casual or romantic variety, to give them much care. Bas surveyed the road, searching for signs of a coach, unable to eyeball anything with distinction farther than a few hundred feet. The only thing he knew for certain was that he had to keep Harper near and ready to go the moment Laporte arrived. What did you say to someone you didn't know who, in turn, barely knew herself? To keep her distracted. So, do you come here often? Lame. So lame. Harper nonetheless smiled.
I am
Her face screwed up as she looked to the ground.
uncertain. It all seems very familiar, and yet I cannot place myself among these trappings.
What? If she was unfamiliar, then she wouldn't know he was lying. That's because you're at my castle. I didn't know if this was the first time you'd come to court or something. I don't come here too often myself. She grinned, as though he had solved the mystery plaguing her thoughts.
But sire, how can you not come to your own palace?
I don't like the palace, he rushed. It's, too palatial. No, I'm the kind of guy. The kind of prince who really likes to work with his hands, get out of the fancy schmaltzy stuffy palace and go out into the town, I guess? There's a town, right? Her eyes narrowed, as though she were cataloging his truths. Bas shrugged. I like to build things, fix things.
So, in addition to being royal, you're a carpenter, or, prithee, a smithy.
Smith? No, my name is Archer. He would have slapped himself in the forehead if it wouldn't have given him away. But kindness lived in her. Instead of mocking him, she overlooked his flub.
I, too, like to build things.
Oh. Bas reached up to brush away a lock of hair that had come loose from the pasta bowl atop her head, tucking it behind her ear. What kind of things? A rattle in the distance took his eyes behind her, to where a coach was finally coming up the lane. Bas guided Harper towards the stairs, cautious not to look like he was running towards an escape.
I can't.
Her face contorted in concentration.
I think I was building a sort of box. But that's silly. What use would I have for a box?
Maybe you wanted to put stuff away, had some things to store. He sped their pace, feeling the tension curl in the pit of his stomach. Those dresses you wear are huge. Maybe it was for one of those.
No, it wasn't for dresses. The box had strings and some kind of glass. A coffin. I was building a coffin. Why? Did someone die? Or was I going to...
Bas gained the ground, just as Harper escaped his hold. When he turned, the doe-eyed girl was gone, leaving behind a seriously ticked-off woman.
Hey, you're that Bas guy.
Her finger could be a sword for how hard she was running it into his chest.
Where the heck are we? And why did you take me out of the memory module?
Well, the jig was up, wasn't it? Laporte had said he'd reduced Harper to some kind of dreamy state. Obviously she'd woken up. No point in fairy tales now. The machine your drive was connected to was destroyed. She turned white, then red, then something approximating puce.
You, ingrate. Do you have any idea how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into that machine? And you go and let it get blanked.
Hey, you're still here, aren't you? You're welcome for saving your life and all. Bass shook a hand in the air. Whatever saving the life of a double C means.
A CC?
Harper's forehead wrinkled.
You think, because I don't have a physical body, that I'm not alive? I think, therefore I am, buddy. I wish I could say the same for you.
The coach was so close, but Harper was starting to attract attention. I know that you think. I've seen your work. You're certifiably brilliant.
Yes, but what you don't know is...
His words suddenly hit her, cutting Harper off mid-sentence.
What?
I said you're brilliant. Finally, the coach pulled to a stop. Bass hooked Harper's arm and began to drag her along. Which is why I'm trusting you to be smart enough right now to come with me. We're on our way to someplace safe. The coach opened, and into the light of the nearby lanterns emerged a face. One that wasn't Laporte. One that Bass had seen somewhere, but he couldn't place. An attractive, middle-aged woman with high cheekbones, long blonde hair twisted into rivulets that spilled down her back, and a crown woven into her locks. A queen. The kingdom had an actual queen. But who would be the... Oh no. We have to go. He yanked on Harper's arm so hard he was half surprised it didn't fall off. Now.
What? No, let me go. I don't even know you. Somebody, help. Somebody.
Bass could easily present two reasons why he chose to kiss Harper at that moment. The first, because her protests, totally justified, but still, were beginning to attract attention, and it managed to shut her up. The second, because damn it, he wanted to. The reason he kept kissing her, though, was because she let him. Harper didn't pull away. Until she did. She stared at the patch of ground she'd opened between them. What was that? His cheeks heated. Yeah, sorry, I'm not very good at that. I haven't, had lots of chances. And But he didn't have time to explain any more than that as a streak of blonde hair and red cloth dashed by.
You!
Johanna Teague practically growled the word as she took Harper by the arms and spun her.
Impossible.
Harper's wide eyes dashed everywhere before finding Bass, begging for help. Let her go, you witch. Bass forced open Johanna's grip and stepped between the two women, vaguely aware of a familiar form assuming the driver's seat on the coach from which the mad woman had emerged moments before.
You dare to call me a witch?
Apparently, Johanna knew Harper, but Bass's face didn't strike a code.
Do you have any idea who I am?
He played stupid. Loss of identity is a common symptom of real-world addiction, so I'm guessing a chiphead. Johanna breathed in the fumes of the insult and leveled her demeanor.
Security breach. Master driver, isolate and shelve the two users in my immediate proximity now.
The last thing Bass saw was Laporte leaping from the driver's bench and appearing a moment later right beside him. He wrapped his arms around Harper and disappeared in a snap. Bass closed his eyes one moment and woke up in his coffin at the ferries the next, alarms blaring overhead. The voice of the old woman who ran the joint piped in over the speakers.
Raid, raid, everyone run!
Bass pulled the memory modules holding his avatar and Harper's copy, stuffed them into his pocket, and did just that. Chapter 11. Rats in a ship. That's all they were. The building flooded with blues, and they were all rats on a ship, running en masse towards the closest exit. This close to the bay, the air was never clean. It was only varying levels of rancid. Never, however, had the putrid stench smelled so sweet as the moment Bas found himself outside. The relief was short-lived. With rising ocean levels over the last century, the bottom floor of what had once been called the ferry building spent most its day underwater. Once outside, high tide had given him a moat to cross. Even after he sloshed through the human waste and filth, another problem lay in store. The shore was thick with blues. The crowd might offer some protection from a snatch here on land, but the second he got in the water, he'd be a sitting duck. Unless he convinced the rest of the rats to swim too. Everyone for the water. Blues can't swim. Stupid. It was stupid. Luckily, after days or even weeks of being tripped out on virtual reality, so were most of the chipheads. Even though it was August, the bay was the bay. Frigid, brainy water hit Bass's undercarriage, putting some pep into his step. Thank goodness modern memory modules were water-resistant. Resistant, but not waterproof. He had to hurry. 40 yards, 30 yards, 20.
Blues on the shore.
The voice came from behind him, but the terror caught fire in every direction. The rats shifted, some turning back, some going left or right, though that would only lead them to deeper water and more trouble. Few, very few, continued ahead undeterred. Bas counted himself among the latter, and he thanked dumb luck when it turned out to be the right choice. Yes, there were blues on the shore, but not kept in position, choosing instead to spread out in as many directions as the men and women they sought. It was one thing to have to arrest a bunch of chipheads on social morality law violations. It was another altogether to dredge the bay for dead bodies. His feet touched dry land, and Bas pumped his legs. One blue lunged for him, but the very liquefied detritus he detested saved him, making his body slick. The policeman slid right off him. Run, run, run. Bas had to get away, wondering still if he was running from the police, running from Johanna Teague, or running to save Harper. Could it be all three?
Sebastian!
Bas stopped and looked up the street, catching the sight of Mercy-made automobile. Isco's white limo sat parked on the side of a road, its silver-haired owner leaning out the door. The suit waved him over.
Quickly, in here.
Bas hesitated a fraction of a second, but as a fresh siren rang out nearby, he decided not to look a gift horse in the mouth. The moment he was in, Isco darkened the windows and told the limo's AI to drive nowhere in particular, but to a better part of town than this. You... Bas gasped. The explosion.
I'm fine. We're all fine,
Isco said.
I've been looking for you since yesterday. Imagine my surprise when an entry record popped up for you in the kingdom. Quite a feat for someone without any Plaxis account at all. When I tried to track down the coffin you were jacking in from, it came back unregistered. Only one place in the city to find that kind of action. I came to the ferries hoping I might see you pass by. Running counts, I guess.
I was... Harper. Isco held up his hands.
Catch your breath, son. You don't have to explain to me. If you were helping Harper's copy, that's all I need to know.
Thank God. Because Bas had no idea if Isco knew anything about Laporte and had no idea how he'd explain it if he did. Listen, about what was going on back there. Isco pushed a finger to his lip.
You don't owe me any explanations, Mr. Archer.
You aren't curious at all about why I was running from the police?
You fled the scene of a criminal investigation not 12 hours ago.
Isco grinned.
Or have there been more shenanigans since then?
Who the heck said shenanigans anymore? I didn't blow up my shop to get any insurance money. Even if I was going to do that, why would I blow it when I'm next to it with 3 other people with me? It's a big leap from insurance scam to suicide homicide.
Don't worry, boy. I know you're innocent.
Isco pulled his comp up to check a message that dinged through.
But now that you're, as they say, in it, how are you going to get out of it?
Bass blinked twice. I'm going to tell the truth. I haven't done anything wrong.
You know that, and I know that. But I'm afraid, at the end of the day, it only matters what's on the police reports. And technically, you did just flee capture.
How had he known that? Oh, that's right. The sirens. Isco continued.
If I can offer some advice.
Boss nodded.
Somehow, you've gotten on Johanna's radar, or at the very least one of her lackeys. I don't have proof, but this is her style. The good news is, since she made all this happen, she can make it all go away too. Maybe the situation can be resolved with some kind of exchange.
An exchange? Bass shook his head. I'm just a small-time techanic. What could I possibly have that a VP of the biggest corporation on Earth would want?
The only thing that truly has value, my boy.
His silver hair caught a glint of light as he leaned forward.
Information.
What information? I don't. But there was one thing Bass knew that Johanna didn't, wasn't there? You're saying I should tell her about Harper's invention?
No, I'm saying you should offer to build her one.
Isco leaned back.
I can do it. I know. I've tried. Petra and Carl gave it every try, too. Now, we thought Omala might have figured it out, but it's been 3 years since she died. You'd think she'd have shown her digital face somewhere in the real worlds if that were true.
Moments before, the mosaic of who this man was had been lain before him, an unblemished picture. With one wave, the grout washed away, leaving the pieces scattered. Isco continued.
If you could build Plaxis, a machine that allowed a user to make digital copies of themselves. Let's say there's a lot of people who would pay for that. Until you showed up, we thought the only way to get that knowledge back was if we found a copy Harper made before her incident. And then you found her. Now that Johanna's captured Harper inside the kingdom, she'll find a way to get the code. But we won't need her to rebuild the machine. We have you, so why not give Johanna? Give us what we want, and we can make all your legal problems go away. We'd even rebuild your shop, make it better than before. Or if you want to come work with us.
Bass looked out on the street. At the buildings passing, the street lights fluttering out as the sun rose in the sky above.
What do you say, Bass?
I didn't tell you that Johanna captured Harper. Which mean... well, I think we both know what that means. Bass moved his hand slowly, deliberately, as he turned his gaze up. And I'll say the same thing I said before. You should lock your doors in this kind of neighborhood. The door lashed open. Bass's legs ate pavement, carrying him away as fast as he could manage. By the time he'd stopped running, it wasn't because he thought he was far enough away. It was because he didn't know where to go. Chapter 12. Talia Green had had a simple plan. Buy an old building with good bones and a terrible complexion, give it a facelift, open it up and sell top-shelf liquor, and keep the jackpods running day and night, using the very thing that was putting real-world relationships out of business as the bait that could bring them back together. She couldn't save the world. 3 years' duty in the warscapes of Gaia had taught her that. But maybe, just maybe, her little hack dome watering hole could bring back a little human contact to a few actual humans. She'd never imagined, however, that when she'd set out to see her vision through that, she'd have to deal with a steady litany of streetlings sitting in her door each day. Hadn't the city outlawed homelessness decades ago? At least this morning's blacktop patron hadn't gone too far down the rabbit hole. In fact, he looked clean for someone living on the corner of Post and Stockton, and familiar. In fact,
Bass?
The figure napping in the doorway to her building snapped to attention, shortly thereafter, to his feet. Bass spun left and right, his hands up in defense as though he expected someone to be coming at him with a hammer. Her hand on his shoulder centered him.
If I had known you'd be swinging by so early, I'd have skipped my coffee and bagel. You should have called.
I didn't know I was coming. Was he drunk? He didn't smell like alcohol, but he also wasn't the calm, cool, and collected repairman who'd been in her building only a few days ago.
Well, that makes 2 of us.
Talia fished her keys out of her bag.
How's the jackpod coming? I passed a good deal on that one in India, based on your assurance. But it's been 4 days. I was starting to think you'd stolen it to sell on the black market or something.
No, I didn't steal it. It blew up. She thrust a key into the lock and froze.
What?
My shop exploded. As best as I could see, everything inside was destroyed. A slow turn brought them face to face.
Tell me you've got good insurance, because I don't.
I do, but I can't take the money yet. They think I blew up my shop on purpose. One arm reached across to cup the opposite elbow. I need the other dream zone you have. I can't tell you why, but it's a matter of life and death.
Life and death?
What was he talking about? His shop blew up? Her machine was destroyed? He'd been sleeping in front of her building?
Bass, if you're in trouble, maybe I can help. First, though, you have to tell me what's going on.
I can't. If you know, they might come after you too. Crap.
Well, you've shown up here, so that might be true anyway.
Talia didn't know this kid. Their whole relationship might total 4 hours between his in-person site visit and the conversations they'd had through the comm, and that was if you rounded up. She couldn't really explain it. Bas just had some kind of kid-brother quality to him that made her want to both slap him upside the head and take him under her wing. She could hear her commander's voice in her head. You always want to save the doomed ones the most, don't you? Yes, she did. And right now, Bass seemed about as doomed as they came. Or at least, he thought he was. Plus, she needed him to get her coffins up and running. No one else in town had the skills necessary too. Well, bring old units like the ones she favored back from the dead like he did. Yeah, whatever he might be planning might break it, but no one else would be able to fix it anyway. She took a seat on the stoop beside him.
Look, there's one thing I learned from being in so many arenas. The stuff you don't know is more dangerous than the stuff you do. Now, we barely know each other, but I like you, Bass. And I know your reputation. You aren't a con artist. If you're here, there's a good reason. Let's go inside. I'll make some taste-like tar coffee in that ancient kettle of mine, and you'll give me the outline of whatever you're dealing with. After that, if I think your story has legs, I'll let you at my other dream zone, okay?
He must have been desperate. because Bass didn't give even the hint of an argument. Thank you. I promise I'll compensate you once I get everything sorted out. And the offer I made before, I'll up it. Free service from me for a year. All you'll have to pay is parts. Compassion was one thing. A bargain, another.
I'm sorry. I heard all you'll have to pay is parts. But I think you meant to say all you'll have to pay is parts at cost.
But parts are how I make most of my profit. Her icy glare cut him off. You sure you weren't a lawyer in a previous life? Talia grinned.
You don't know that much about me. I might be a lawyer in this one.
Bass sighed. Okay, parts at cost. But the story first. You do like stories, don't you? Why, yes. Yes, she did. By the time Ba finished giving Talia the overview of his last 3 days, her jaw was on the floor.
What happened to the mouse robot thing?
Bass shrugged. Haven't seen Laporte since the ferries. He found me before, and I have no freaking clue how to find him.
So Johanna Teague wants Harper dead?
She asked.
I mean, I knew she was rude, but dang.
I didn't say that. Talia's head whipped back.
You implied it.
I didn't. Besides, Harper, the copy of her, isn't alive. How could someone possibly murder her? The body that's being kept alive artificially at St. Dymphna's. That's not her. Not in any way that counts.
But someone had Harper's name removed from the Plaxis records. It's one thing to try to cover up an accident, a death, criminal. But to try and make it look like a life never happened? That's conspiracy.
Bass reached up for the coaxial relay wires sitting on the open bed of the NNIP. She'd let him at it halfway through his retelling. So, you are a lawyer?
No, I just watched a lot of legal thrillers during R&R time, when I was in active service in the last Great War.
That stopped him dead. He looked over the machine, examining the slender, but not entirely tough-looking woman before him. You were a soldier?
One of the last pulled from the battlefields of the real world,
She acknowledged.
And one of the first deployed in the Gaia warscapes in the virtual.
But that was, like 12 years ago?
13.
She corrected.
And I was good, Bass. Like, assassin good. But that was another time, another life.
She drifted off on memory for a few moments, before snapping back to attention.
You know, at first I thought Amala Grover's crap about man living out his darkest parts virtually, so the Earth would be saved from the evils of real war, and unicorns would rain from the sky, crap was just that crap. But you know what? She was right. Look how much better even this city has become since then. You can walk outside for a few hours now without ventilators, sometimes longer if it rains. They're seeing some kinds of fish in the bay that haven't been there in decades. And I heard that they think the fog might even return consistently in a few more years.
Yeah, that will be the day. Talia grinned.
Oh, it's coming. But anyways, that's how I got the idea for the stadium. I've seen what a release it is on a national and international level to have a place where men and women can work out their aggressions without the risk of physical harm. Now, I want to see if I can bring that to a civilian level.
I'm not VR's biggest fan, but it's worth a try. Worst thing that's going to happen is that you fail. But failure should never be a reason not to try. One more wire attached into a neural sensor, and Bass rose to his feet. Well, that's it. I've done all I can. The hardware's configured. Now all I have to do is find Harper so she can program it.
You say that like it's easy?
Talia slid off the table she'd been sitting on and went to stand next to Bass, examining the retrofitted jackpod.
Harper's trapped in the kingdom. You don't even know how the mouse got you in the first time. What's your plan for getting back without his help?
I wasn't sure until right now. When you told me you'd been a soldier in the Gaia arenas. He turned in time to see Talia shrink back. Her hands went up between them.
Whoa, no way. I'm not about to head back out on the battlefields again. I can't.
No, I'm not talking about the arenas. I'm talking about the capital city. Talia wrinkled her nose.
Why would I need to go to the capital city of Gaia? I'm not a government official.
But you still have credentials to get in, don't you?
I mean, not to high security zones. But yeah, I can visit town, take in the museums and whatnot. It's where veteran service records and administration is kept, so they keep my access open.
And you're allowed to take a guest, right? Suddenly she caught on.
Whoa, no way. Come on, Bass, that's crazy. You log into another system Plaxis controls, and they're going to know you're there. Most jackpods aren't like the fairies. They're registered, traceable. They'll find you in no time flat and arrest me for aiding and abetting a criminal. Besides, you said Harper was shelved in the kingdom. What good is jacking into Gaia going to be?
Laporte said the safe place he was going to take Harper to was only accessible from a platform Omala Grover coded. As far as I know, the only ones still online are Gaia and the kingdom. I'm not sure how, but that means they must be connected somehow.
And do you know where this magical 2-for-1 door is?
The brightness in his eyes dimmed.
I see.
Talia began to pace, making him think of his third-grade teacher, a woman who had no place teaching, or even being around children.
So what? You're just going to wander around Capital City and try opening random doors, hoping one of them lands you in a fairy tale landscape. That won't attract any attention, will it?
You forget, I have a man on the inside.
You don't mean the mouse, do you?
Fine, I have a mouse on the inside. Boss countered. I think if I call for him once I'm inside Gaia, he can find me. He said something about being able to see everything that goes on inside the kingdom. Why wouldn't Gaia be the same? Her eyes fluttered.
You're making a lot of presumptions.
I know. But when the facts don't come calling, you hold tighter to faith. He wiped his hands off on his pants. Once I'm in, I'll make sure I'm somewhere no one can see me and, I don't know, like pray or something.
Boy, when you said faith,
Talia fixed him with a deadpan glare.
You realize how crazy this all sounds, right?
I do, but it's my only shot. Honestly, it might be too late already. Harper's copy, at the end of the day, it's only a bunch of code. Codes can be erased. If I'm going to save her.
Are you?
The question was so abrupt, Bass wasn't even sure what was being asked. Am I what?
Going to save her?
Was Talia kidding? That's what all this is about, isn't it?
Is it?
He cracked his knuckles. What exactly are you getting at, Talia?
What I'm getting at is this. Why are you potentially putting your own life, or at the very least, your reputation and career, at risk to save a computer program? There's something more here. Something you're either not telling me or not admitting to yourself.
His eyes shied away. He tried to hide his nervous smirk. I thought you said you don't know me very well.
I don't know you, but I've known men like you my whole life.
Talia's head cocked to the side.
Who is it you couldn't save, huh? Who was it who made you feel like you owed someone to pay it forward?
Bas closed his eyes, his fists flexing when the image of his mother, trapped in her dying days at St. Dymphna's, flashed in his mind. As much as he appreciated Talia's help, he just wasn't ready to go there with her. Really, he wasn't even ready to go there with himself. She put her hands up in surrender.
Fine. You don't owe the story. Let's focus then on what you're trying to do. Let's say I do take you into Gaia. The second your avatar pings security, they'll be on you.
Yeah, that was a problem, wasn't it? Because Talia was right. Plaxis would have his avatar tagged. But they wouldn't have Chan's tagged, would they? Bass grinned. Let's just say I got a friend on the outside, too. Chapter 13. Talia tried to act naturally. She'd never done an illegal thing in her life. Even in Gaia's warscapes, where honor and integrity were foreign concepts, she remained true to her own creed. Only honor survived the grave. As a soldier retired with honor, she had limited access to Gaia. That wasn't the illegal part of this adventure. What was illegal was knowingly bringing someone on the run from the cops in disguise using her guest pass. Thank God Bass had been to put a temporary redirect on their broadcast location, or they'd jack out of the real world just in time to be handcuffed in the real one. I promise, we'll be in and out in an hour. 2 tops, he said. And if they look at the ID on the avatar with you, they're not going to see me anyway. What about the jackpod? Which could they use, since hers still needed fixing and his shop had blown up? You're not my only client, he'd boasted. And I've found more than a few things while doing routine maintenance on some clients' units that they wished I never saw. I hear silence is worth more than greens these days on some things. Already reached out to one of my customers who's agreed to let me use their jackpods for a night, no questions asked. And this, it turned out, was how Talia found herself crawling into a wealthy CEO's personal jackpod in the basement of her Nob Hill mansion.
Someone's going to figure this out,
she whispered to Bass.
No, they're not,
he answered in a stranger's voice, an annoying stranger's voice.
Trust me, I used to do this all the time when I was a kid trying to get to my mom. I'd wait until the hospital staff was asleep and borrow one of the patients. Never got caught once.
Somehow, that didn't exactly calm her.
You said that was only in the isolated platform at St. Dimphna's. This is freaking Gaia. It's one of the most secure platforms in the world.
Obviously, if I was able to bang this together so quickly, it's not.
Talia gagged. This kid had 10 pounds of chutzpah in a 5-pound bag. What the Techanic had managed to do still seemed impossible. A few tricks with wires and simple edits of code. Though Boss insisted he was not a code writer, he'd seemed to have a few tricks up his sleeve. And he'd daisy-chained his consciousness into his employee's avatar.
If someone does figure it out and he's arrested, I'll take care of you, pretty lady. Chan! What? I said you could use my avatar, not that you can block me from perusing this fine female. You are not here to pick up chicks. No, you're not here to pick up chicks. Wherever I am, though, it's to pick up chicks. It's my default setting.
Talia was dizzy listening to them argue out of the same mouth with the same voice.
Both of you stop it.
She chided.
Stop impersonating a schizophrenia patient before we're all caught.
Sorry.
Shaking her head didn't clear her mind. No wonder so many people scoffed at the concept of a double bagging. 1 avatar, 2 minds. It was like listening to shell-shocked soldiers out in the warfields all over again.
We stick with the plan, okay? Once we're in the World Warriors Memorial, find a quiet corner and try to get a hold of your rat friend.
Mouse,
Bass corrected.
And he's not really even that. I mean...
Don't care,
she said, cutting him off. Talia snapped her fingers, summoning the user control panel that every real world provided its clients. Here in the launch pad of the coffin, Boss had pulled out of a storage unit a cross. She scrolled the menu of worlds available for her entry, found Gaia, and uploaded her credentials. The door before them opened. Both of them, all of them, stepped inside, Talia going left, Bas via Chan's avatar, turning right. They chose this wing at the museum because, as a memorial to the ancient Great Wars, all the soldiers had died hundreds of years before anyone alive was born. So very few visitors came in here. They'd assured it was empty before they started summoning a mouse and made sure no one came in as they fruitlessly continued. Bas was growing desperate. And perhaps this was why he'd stopped looking with his eyes and had resorted to calling out loud for help. "Laporte, please." Chan clicked their shared tongue.
You're yelling too loud. There's no one here,
Bas countered.
We made sure it was empty. Besides, I'm whispering. No, you're like yelling whispering. You're yispering. Yispering isn't a word. Oh, now you're just yelling.
Bas steered their shared consciousness over to a nearby bench and forced them to sit. Their time was nearly up, and they were no closer to finding Laporte than they'd been when they arrived. It didn't make any sense. Didn't the mouse say he monitored everything? Then again, what did that mean, monitor? God could monitor the world. And Bas wondered, with all the death and destruction over the past few centuries, how much he actually saw.
Maybe something happened to him, man.
A possibility Bas hadn't even considered. And now that it had been introduced into his thoughts, it stained all his hopes. Chan continued.
When did you say that last time you saw him was when I logged into the jackpod at the ferries?
Chan, like Talia, had been given the download on what had led up to his present circumstances. Loyal as always, his only employee didn't harbor a lick of doubt that everything Bas said was gospel truth. Except for the part about Bast not wanting to get some one-on-one time with that Harper chick. Then again, to himself, Bast wasn't sure he believed that himself.
He might have been there when someone hit the power and forced all the users from the via real world. Honestly, I didn't stop to see. My adrenaline was pumping so hard, I ran. Well then, how did you find him to begin with?
It was so odd talking back to yourself and someone else at the same time.
I didn't. He found me.
Chan slapped their shared knee as he took them to their feet.
I guess that's the way you're gonna have to do it again. Let him find you. Maybe there's a good reason he's not showing up. Maybe he's being followed or something.
He isn't being followed.
Their communal body swung in the direction of the voice. It was impossible, or at the very least, improbable. But there she was, a girl perhaps 11 or 12 years old. Straight black hair that ran well past her shoulders. A narrow countenance, charming for someone her age, with the complexion of cashews. Deep brown eyes that seemed way too old for the face that held them.
Shoo!
Chan waved his hands through the air like he was trying to discourage a vagrant dog.
Go away! Leave us! Leave me alone! No, Chan! Wait!
Bast resumed control of the avatar, lowering the hands.
You said he's not being followed. Who isn't being followed?
The girl grinned.
Laporte, of course. Isn't that obvious? And here he told me you were so smart, Sebastian.
Dude, your name is Sebastian? That's so lame. I was named after my grandfather, Chan. Button your lip.
If this child found a man appearing outwardly to be having a two-way conversation with himself, she showed no sign. Instead, she continued.
Laporte is occupied on a mission, you might say. I have come in his place.
And you are?
Bas asked. The coquettish smile looked so familiar.
Suffice to say, I am not Laporte.
Okay then, not Laporte. Are you here only to tell me the mouse is busy, or have you come to help me?
That depends. What are you trying to do?
Hey, friend of mine is trapped inside the kingdom. I need to get there to help free her. Is that something you can help me do? Get into the kingdom?
Her eyes went to the floor.
If you are worthy.
What the heck?
Right. Well, I've already run away from the police, was nearly blown up, lost my business, and double-bagged an avatar. So I'm not really sure what else you need on that to prove I'm serious.
Have you faced your demons?
Boss Chan's face wrinkled.
I don't have any demons.
Is that so?
Her eyes lit up just as she turned to leave.
Well then, good luck finding the door. It was nice to meet you, Sebastian.
No, wait.
He couldn't have come this far for nothing.
If you can help me, tell me what to do. Please, I don't know where else to go.
The girl paused and spoke to him over her shoulder.
Follow me.
Chapter 14.
Where is she taking us?
Boss was starting to get a bad feeling about this. Did muggings happen in the real world? How would that even work? He was smart enough not to walk down unfamiliar streets in the real world because of the risk. Now, here he was knowingly doing something both risky and illegal in the city that ran the world coalition of governments. And he was acting like a base coder.
Dude, how would I know?
He said, trying to make Chan's feet move a little faster.
Not exactly familiar territory here. You're the one who's been to Gaia before,
Chan said like an accusation.
One time when I was, 9.
Suddenly the girl spun, looking 3 times her age and seriously ticked off.
Silence, fools, or you're going to attract attention.
Boss had never been shushed by a kid before. Not that there had been many opportunities since he himself was that age. He didn't have kids, no siblings, and his only interaction with minors was on occasions when customers would bring them along to his shop. He didn't like them. But he didn't want to risk insulting the girl who so far was his only path forward. Chan, on the other hand.
Didn't your parents ever teach you manners, little girl?
He snapped as the girl resumed the lead.
It is rude to ridicule your elders.
Without a moment's hesitation, the child piped back.
What makes you think you're older than me?
That didn't stop Chan's indignation.
Because you're a kid, obviously.
This avatar is a kid. You don't even know if I'm human. I could be a bot for all you know.
A wave of her hand over a bare patch of wall, and something shimmered on what appeared to be a solid surface. Bass reminded himself that this was not the real world. Solid, liquid, even candy bars. Everything here was a construct. The biases of the user often blinding him to what was actually happening. And what was happening was this. They were being led by a girl who wasn't a girl. In a city that wasn't a city. To rescue a woman who wasn't even alive. And yet, trying to save Harper felt like the most real thing Bass had ever done. Not Laporte shoved her hand forward and latched it around something that wasn't there. A door opened, a door that hadn't existed seconds before. Beyond it, only abyss. No definition. If they entered, he'd be making the ultimate leap of faith. She turned on the conjoined pair.
If you step in, I will not allow you to step back. Your only path lies forward beyond this point.
Some kind of programming rules?
Bass asked.
No, they are my rules. I believe only in the constant drive forward. Living in the past is not living.
What lay beyond that she thought was going to scare him off? No matter what it was, deadly diseases or a 3-headed dragon, it didn't really exist, did it? But Harper was real. He'd held her hand. If this preteen enigma wanted him to face whatever demon she thought he had, what better place to do that than where those demons couldn't hurt you?
I'm ready.
Even though he could sense Chan's hesitance, his employee let Boss take the step. The hospital room was the same with one exception. Instead of one bed, there were now 2. To his left, his mother lay lifeless, listless, pointless, hooked into the machines that would distract her mind while her body destroyed itself. No pain, no regret, no awareness of her own imminent death. And across the room, mirroring it all, was Harper. I don't understand. Bas shook his head at the sound of his own voice in his ears. He turned, looking for a mirror. Against a wall, over a sink, he found one, confirming that he was himself again, no longer in Chan's avatar, no longer sharing space with Chan in any way.
Mr. Chan is not here.
Bas spun, expecting to find the same little girl who had led him here, even if the voice had changed. But who was walking in from the hall befuddled him as much as the discovery of the two comatose women beside him. Omala Grover? The slender, tall, middle-aged Indian woman nodded.
Hello, Sebastian. I'm so pleased to meet you.
No, this couldn't be. Omala Grover was. But then again, so was his mother, and here she was, and Harper. Not technically dead, not in body and not in spirit, even if those two halves of her whole no longer existed in tangent. What was going on?
You look like you're about to pass out.
Omala said, slowing her steps.
It would do you no physical harm in the real world, but it would reset your conscious mind and pull you from this one. I advise you to stay present.
Pull me from this one? He ran a hand through his hair, grasping the roots. Where am I? What happened to Chan? Who? What are you?
You know who I am?
She said.
I'm the woman who's to blame for your mother's death. Or at least, that's what you think, isn't it?
How could she possibly know that? He'd never told anyone. That didn't make it untrue. You said Gaia would save the world. My mother believed in it, believed in you so much, she quit her real-world teaching job to join your effort as a nameless secretary. Oh, I'm sure someone as lowly as her you never knew. A secretary in one of the world government offices, and she did good. For a while. Worked her shift, came home at the end of the day, until she didn't.
She became a chiphead.
Omala stilled.
And you blame me for that.
It was your stupid vision that got her hooked on the real world. Tight fists, restrained tears. He would not break down. He would not give even the illusion of Omala Grover the luxury of his sorrow. I even came here, to Gaia, and found her, pleaded with her to come home. She told me not to worry, that she was doing good work, and that I'd be thankful in the long run. So tell me, Omala. He spit her name like a curse. What am I supposed to be so thankful for, huh? Being an orphan, for having to watch for weeks as my mother's body wasted away, strapped into a virtual reality pain drip machine? Omala crossed an arm over her stomach.
It was never my intention to create something that would steal away your loved ones. It was quite the opposite. But think of where this path has led you, Sebastian. You became a technology technician, fixing machines as though they were the problem. You have respect, honor, a thriving business.
That is now destroyed. She demurred.
You have a chance at love.
Love? Bas threw his head back and laughed. What are you talking about, love? What? With Harper?
You kissed her.
To shut her up because she was making everyone look at us. At least, that's what he was going to keep telling himself. Which, by the way, led to her being captured by Johanna Teague. But seriously, love, I barely even know her. How could I love her?
I didn't say you did.
Omala clarified.
I said there was a chance. I'm not even talking about a romance, necessarily. And you believe that too. If you didn't, you wouldn't be here.
Bas bit his tongue. Omala had him there, maybe. Why was he doing this after all? Because he was a good Samaritan? Hardly. But he was a man who knew who he was, and that the kind of woman Harper was, or would be if he saved her, wasn't the kind who took tea with some chiphead's orphan. The corner of Omala's mouth rose.
You're starting to see it now, aren't you?
So what? You're a matchmaker bot designed to look like Omala Grover or something? He turned back to his mother in her bed. You said I had to prove myself if you'd help me get to the kingdom. Fine. What do you want me to do?
I already told you, face your demon.
Right, but what in the heck does it mean? When he turned back, Bass discovered that in the space of a few seconds, she'd conjured a dagger into existence. Not a knife. It was too fancy to be called something so common, and too small to be labeled a sword.
There are 4 people in this room,
she said.
3 are alive. 1 is dead.
She turned the hilt out, offering it to Bass.
Run it through the dead one's heart, and I will take you to the kingdom. I'll even take you as far as the tower in which Harper is a prisoner.
Whoa there. I'm not a murderer. You can't ask me to do something like that.
I'm not. Remember, this place isn't real. Not in a way you understand it. Anyway, the act is merely symbolic, but it is the only way for you to move forward.
What exactly will it accomplish, killing a symbolic demon?
Because you will realize that your demon is fiction. Most demons are a very powerful fiction, one that you allow yourself to become trapped in. You either rip yourself from the story, or your demons fester. Eventually, you will give birth to their real-world incarnation. Your mother could tell you that.
The cold metal of the dagger's hilt sent a chill up his arm when he grasped it. I don't understand. 2 here are dead. 2 are alive.
Think harder.
He raised the blade. And if I decide you're the one I'm supposed to run through?
Then I will stand here and take it.
Why wouldn't she? If this was only symbolic, it wouldn't hurt her anyway. How could it? Omala Grover was dead. His mother was dead. So, which one was he supposed to kill? A symbolic death? I could make the argument that Harper is both dead and alive, he said, thinking aloud. It's not her. You and my mom, you're both dead, but your memories, for better or worse, still shape everything I do. Omala grinned.
And also everything you do not do.
Bass looked again at Harper, noticing for the first time that while she appeared to be clinging to life, her eyes moved rapidly beneath the lids. She wasn't dead. She wasn't alive. But she was dreaming. When was the last time Bass had a dream that was anything but an echo of the past? He looked down to the weapon in his hand, telling himself it wouldn't hurt. A lie. One more pin to the tail of the thousands, he told himself. He was over his mother's death. His business was his only purpose in life, and that was enough. He didn't want to fall in love, because love was the first step to feeling pain. Bass sighed as he gave his mother one last look, then plunged the dagger into his own heart. Chapter 15. He threw his hands over his ears, but the ringing bled through. Above him, below him, coming in from every side. An alarm so shrill he felt the sonic waves as much as heard them. Pain drilled into his head, piercing the spot between his eyes. And then suddenly, it stopped. Silence. A gentle hand. A nudge on his shoulder. His eyes opened. And there she was. No thought had time to tell him throwing his arms around Harper was a bad idea. Or that it was a good idea. It didn't have time to become an idea at all. He just did it. But she didn't embrace him back.
No offense, man, but we don't really know each other that well.
In an instant, he let her go. Sorry, I had to do a lot to get to you, and The alarm stopped? Her face scrunched up.
What alarms?
The siren that was just blasting. You didn't hear it? Her eyes catalogued his features, searching him for his crazy label.
What sirens, dude? Everything was all zen and placid, and then, pop. You were standing there.
Could this have been what Laporte had been talking about when he'd said humans weren't built in a way to stand the kind of placement shift within the V-real world? The mouse had hit that nail on the head. Another moment or two, and Bas's head would have exploded. But that was neither here nor there. Speaking of which, where was here? It looked like the cottage he first found her in, without the benefit of walls or windows. Or, well, much of anything else. The room was circular, and standing in the middle as they were, Bas found himself fighting off the dizzies. Few artifacts broke up the space. A bed, a desk, a lamp. Guess avatars didn't need to use toilets, did they? But time to a more detailed survey, there wasn't. Bas hadn't forgotten why he'd come here. Come on, we have to get out of here. He took her by the hand and pulled.
No, Bas, wait.
Bas ignored her, turning in circles. Where's the door?
There isn't one.
No door. He turned on Harper. Then how are we supposed to get out of here?
There's a reason they call it a prison. We're not.
She used his grip to pull him towards the only place in the circular room that was neither wall, ceiling, or floor. A single window that appeared out of nowhere and looked just wide enough to lean out of. He did a double take. Where did that come from? Harper pulled back her hand.
It pops up every so often, whenever I wonder if it's possible to leave here.
But you don't. Why? She wore a sideways grin.
Take a look out, Sherlock. I think it's pretty obvious.
Even the restricted view told him their predicament was worse than he'd thought, as he discovered that they appeared to be about 500 feet from the ground. In every direction, nothing but green fields and blue skies. It was like somebody had copied and pasted a tiny graphic to make it all one big block of everything and nothing. Even if they could jump, it'd hurt. Jump anyways. It's not real, he told himself. Of course it's real if you believe it is, his self argued back. We're in a tower.
Makes sense, right?
Harper said.
This real world seems to be modeled after some kind of fairy tale. Why wouldn't the prison for errant users be a tower?
Because you're Sleeping Beauty, not Rapunzel. Her head tilted as her brow furrowed.
What?
Jesus, where did he begin? Probably where he left off. I found you. I mean, your body. You've been in a coma for the last 5 years. Or, well, basically, you're a vegetable.
I think I liked it better when I thought I was a courtier who was in love with you.
That stopped him. You're in love with me? Harper's face screwed up.
What? You, no. I barely know you. I mean, when I woke up in this world, it was like I was dreaming. You know that feeling, like you were watching yourself in third person? It was like that.
So, you didn't feel anything when I kissed you?
Surprised? Can we stay focused?
Harper pulled back his hand.
You said, I'm a vegetable. I'd kinda like to discuss that more.
I don't know how it happened, but Petra, Carl, and Isco. He turned out to be working with Johanna Teague. Who knew if the others were as well? Bass continued. They had a theory that if we put your body in the jackpod, I modified based on your design, and throw the process into reverse, we could download your copy, download you back into your body.
You modified a NNIP.
Why is that so hard to believe? I'm not called the Prince of Restoration for nothing. If it's a piece of equipment I can put my hands on, I can make any tool work. Harper said nothing, but her eyes drifted down below his waist. Bass threw his arms out. Mind out of the gutter, Harper.
Sorry.
She shook out her blush.
Even if that was true, it's the programming that really matters. It's not an on-off switch. It's a complex system of, you know what? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Because I'm stuck here no matter what.
So am I.
No, you're not. You're only stuck here until the machine that's letting you broadcast into this platform is deactivated, or you find an exit door to run through. That's how real-world jacking works. Me? What am I going to run into?
He hadn't thought of that. If we can figure out a way to get you out of this tower, I can put you back on that super-rich drive and into the jackpod I tweaked. Then, if I take your body from St. Dymphna's, Harper's hand flattened in the air, cutting him off.
Look, Bass, I appreciate all you've done. I do. And maybe the hypothesis is true. Maybe I could be downloaded back into my body. But without it being properly programmed, I'd only be running into a trash folder. Deleted.
Dead. He read through her terms to the truth. She sat on the edge of her bed, her shoulders slumping.
Besides, there's nothing left for me in the real world now. The only reason I was trying to create a consciousness scanner is gone. Honestly, if I stayed here in this tower until whatever platform I'm in crashes, who would even care?
Harper, you can't just...
I can.
She interjected, sad eyes pulling up to meet his.
You should. You should go. You did good by me. You found out what happened. At the end of the day, the hows and whys don't really matter, because they won't change the truth. I can't leave here.
There's got to be something for you. Someone. Bass tried to think if he'd missed something. The frustration smoldering inside him until, burning with rage, he kicked to the wall. If he could only get her out of here, make her see that there was something. But how could he? He didn't even know how he got into Harper's tower, let alone how to get her out. He needed help. Darn it, Laporte, if you can hear me, you better get your furry little butt here now. She leapt from the bed.
What did you just say?
Laporte, Bass said. It's hard to explain in a way that you wouldn't think I'm crazy.
You're trying to shove a 5-year-old copy of a human being back into what must be by now a withered and damaged shell. I already think you're crazy,
she said.
Who's Laporte?
He's a mouse, a friend. I think he's a friend. He's more like a know-it-all who gets me into trouble.
A mouse?
Her smile fell away.
Oh, that's, not what I was expecting.
Oh, Bass asked. What were you expecting?
I don't know. A miracle maybe, but I guess the fact that I'm still here is the miracle. Even in a fairy tale world, how many miracles does one person get in their lifetime? And, oh, by the way, doesn't matter, because I'm dead, aren't I? So too late for me.
Her words struck at his heart. He'd been so ready to shift into the role of the hero, to be the valiant prince saving the damsel in distress, that he'd never stopped to consider that she might not want to be saved. Harper.
I'm not Harper.
Her posture eased.
Not in the way that really matters. I'm only the copy of her mind at a point in time. And hearing what you just said, what I just said, I'm not sure I want to be more than that.
But I did what you said, he protested. Why did he feel like the battle had shifted, that he was no longer fighting for her, but against her? I found you, the real you. I even died on my own sword to come here and rescue you, like, literally. She passed him a condescending glare. Okay, not literally. Metaphorically. But in a really literal metaphorical way.
Not the strongest argument against your crazy diagnosis.
I don't care if you think I'm crazy, he protested, crossing to her. Maybe I am. But for the first time in years, I feel like there's something bigger than me in this world. And look, I appreciate the irony that the place I've founded is the real world, the one I've worked all my life to avoid. Screw it. I finally found someone I feel... His hands massaged her shoulders. Something for. I'm not letting it go so quickly. She turned, breaking his hold.
Think about it. That body you want to put me back into. What is it going to be capable of after 5 years living off machines? What if you put me in it, and I wake up paralyzed, unable to move or talk or speak? But here...
She turned, examining her tower prison cell broadly.
I may be trapped here, but I'm still me. And I don't think I've ever felt freer in my entire life.
Lightning struck his brain. Johanna Teague didn't put you in here.
You mean the crazy queen from outside the palace?
Harper cracked a smile, shaking her head.
Of course she did. You saw her order the security protocols to isolate me. I'm nothing but code, a virus even. Isolating me was all too simple. 1 second I was there, the next, here.
Yeah, I know. But she didn't make this place. He stepped forward, boldness squaring his shoulders. You did.
Don't be silly. How would I?
Harper huffed.
How would I make this? Yeah, I can write code, but nothing like this. Nothing that would construct real-world artifacts this complex.
Bass wasn't wise enough to know if that was true. But couldn't it have been possible that when Harper downloaded her conscious mind, her subconscious had come along for the ride? And oh, what myths the human mind could create on its own. No one knew that better than he did. He lifted her hand, kissed it. I see now what has to be done.
What are you talking about? My whole point is that you don't have to do anything.
Bass ran to the window and leapt up upon its ledge. This whole time, I've been worried about saving you. But really, you were the one who was saving me. Thank you, Harper. Thank you for helping me see the truth. And with that, he threw himself out of the window. Contrary to the popular maxim, there were 3 ways to exit a real world. Log out by running through an intact exit. Be forced out by the shutdown of an NNIP. Or die inside the world itself. Chapter 16. Chan looked down at his comc the second it beeped, seeing a number so large he was sure the darn thing was broken.
10,000 greens.
Saying it aloud didn't make it any more believable. Neither did the smile on Bass's face.
Dude, All I did was let you double bag my avatar a little bit. It's not worth that much.
This isn't for the avatar, Bass said, continuing to pack his bag. It's a severance package.
After what I did for you, you're laying me off?
Bass laughed. No, man. You're the most awesome employee I ever had. But me, I'm moving on. He closed the suitcase after putting the last of the things from his closet in it. I'm not going to rebuild the shop.
But that business is your life, man. 10,000 greens is almost enough to replace everything that was lost in the explosion.
It could replace it twice, and it still wouldn't give me what I really need. Chan's face spread into a knowing smile.
You gotcha a girl.
Bass blushed, but said nothing.
I knew it. But wait, it isn't the girl you went into the kingdom chasing, is it?
Who else would it be?
But you said she doesn't even like you.
She doesn't know me, Bass confirmed. But it doesn't matter. She brought me back to life. Now I got to do the same for her. Chan shook his head.
Seriously, dude, I know chicks. Real chicks, not digital doppelgangers. If you need a little company, I can hook you up. You could even try one of my exes.
It's not about having a little company, Bass said, pulling his suitcase off the bed. It's about having just a little of the right kind. The expression on Talia's face when she got her transfer wasn't much different, except she didn't argue about accepting it. Once Bass explained that it would make up for the work he'd promised to do for her that he wouldn't be around for, she thought it was more than fair.
So you're really going to do it?
She said, balancing her blueprint schematic screen in her hand.
Take the plunge?
Bass sighed. My mom lost her life to the real world trying to make a better one for me. For all of us, really. I'd take my mom back any day over this. But even O'Mala, Grover, and Harper. He paused, searching his memories. Was it possible he was giving up all this? All the promise the world held for a chance with a girl whose last name he didn't even know? Talia's eyebrows lifted.
Harper?
She asked, sing-songing the name. Bass grinned. Point is, my mom is gone. Even if we could find a way to bring Harper back, what would we be bringing her back to? The world's come a long way in 5 years, but it still has a way to go. She's better off where she is.
Stuck in a psychological prison of her own making?
Do you really think we're not all in the same boat? Besides, she has some help. She just doesn't know it yet. What else could keep that little mouse busy? But a princess to serve. The kingdom was the land of fairy tales, after all. Bass let his suitcase drop to the floor. I'll trust these get into good hands. The brunette picked up the bag and shook it, testing its weight.
These are really all your earthly possessions? Jesus, Bass, you were practically a monk.
I mean, most of my stuff was in the shop when it blew up. These are a few things Chan was able to sift out of the rubble. That suitcase is even his. He'd appreciate it if you gave it back later. But even then, in a way, yeah. Only work and grief were my religion.
And now?
He turned to the machine he'd be crawling into for the last time tomorrow. That is, if everything went right. If he could convince Johanna Teague to marry her guilt and her sympathy and sail them away together. Let's say I've been converted. He turned back, offering his hand, even as he scanned their dilapidated surroundings. The stadium, huh? Could be good. Heck, with you at the helm, it could be great.
It will be? I wish you'd still be around to see it.
Bass winked as he turned to go. Who knows? Maybe I'll find a way to hack in someday. Chapter 17. Johanna Teague leaned forward on her desk.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There's a young man here to see you about something called Project Spinning Wheel. A Sebastian Archer, ma'am.
She ground her teeth.
That's what I thought you said.
I don't have him on the schedule.
Her assistant clarified through the speaker.
I looked through our records, too. Nothing about any Project Spinning Wheel that I can find.
That's because there isn't one.
Johanna's nails clicked against her glass desk. Was this something she needed to call security for? Or could she handle it alone? It wasn't like she hadn't killed to protect what was hers, but only the truly stupid committed deadly crimes at one's own desk.
I'm very busy today, Yvette. I'm trying to get ready for the Yuzuki meeting.
He says he only wants 5 minutes. Shall I send him up?
Freaking Yvette. She always did fall for a pretty face. And as much of a thorn in her side as the Titanic had been, she'd acknowledge he did not hurt the eye. 5 minutes. She could handle that on her own, couldn't she? She'd be quiet. Let him lay out whatever it was he was after. Maybe he'd give her something she could use against him at the end of it. The insurance fraud charges she tried to engineer hadn't stuck like she'd hoped. Sebastian's reputation saved him on that one. Honest as a lion, the neighborhood people had said. No one would believe he'd have tried cheating the system like that. She pushed the button on her comm cue, opening the line.
Send him up, but after 5 minutes, send in security to see him out.
Yes, ma'am.
He wasn't the same grimy Titanic that Isco had shown her in photos, but he also wasn't the polished faux royale she'd seen inside the kingdom. Archer cleaned up nice, wearing a white suit with a pink tie and tan socks. His hair had been washed and combed, held back with something that made it obey and shine. He looked like someone who was trying too hard to be someone he wasn't. Grown up, sophisticated, a worthy opponent. Sebastian didn't look like a 26-year-old man who'd survived as an orphan since 17. He looked like a boy who'd barely survived the night, but was putting on a tough face despite it. But how he looked, and why wasn't her concern?
You have, at most, 4 minutes and 48 2NDs until Plaxis Security drags you out of here. Use your time wisely.
Glad to see we're not going to bother with the ruse that you don't know who I am. I respect that. He assumed a seat across from her desk without being asked, acting like a man who had all the time in the world. I'm here because I know why you saved Harper.
Save Harper?
Johanna feigned concern with something on her monitor.
I don't know what you mean.
Why didn't your assistant know what I was talking about when I mentioned spinning wheel?
Because it was the last project conducted by Omala Grover's group when their offices were located in our building, one that had barely started and really had no tangible results when we closed it down.
Is that usual? He leaned forward. Projects being shut down without anything significant happening?
Happens all the time. We're a huge company, Mr. Archer. We have hundreds of projects each year across our dozens of divisions that never take off. Spinning Wheel is hardly unique.
Really? Hundreds of projects come and go each year. The corner of the man's mouth rose. And you know the details of this one intimately? How interesting. She refused to look at him, even as her eyes narrowed.
Is this really how you want to spend your 5 minutes?
Exactly, yes. Since it rings a bell, can I ask you why Spinning Wheel was squashed? The arrogant prick leaned forward in the chair. Or better yet, can I tell you why? Johanna put her monitor to sleep as she gave him her direct attention.
You just became slightly more interesting.
You killed it because you didn't want Omala Grover to become immortal. A vein in Johanna's forehead pulsed, but she managed to school her demeanor.
I have publicly praised my husband's ex-wife for her genius and work. I practically do it weekly.
Oh, I know the pantomime you put on. It's good for the stock price. You took her husband and her company, but you couldn't kill her legacy. You thought shutting down Spinning Wheel might fix that.
A nice theory, but I don't think anyone would argue that Omala's fame has decreased since then. She's been dead for 3 years and she's more renowned than ever.
Archer rose before leisurely strolling to the floor-to-ceiling windows that served as the wall of Johanna's office. Below, San Francisco, the part of it still above the waterline that was, spread out. The kingdom, the one she really cared about ruling anyway. If only the peasants would forget about their blessed Santa Omala and see that she was the rightful heir. Sebastian's chin dropped to his chest. She was immortal before she died, not just because of the billions of lives Gaia has helped save and improve, but because you've made her memory your enemy. The only thing that defeats a memory is time.
Something you're quickly running out of.
Johanna pushed herself away from her desk, pulling 2 bottles of purified water from the chilling unit underneath.
Will you use what's left to tell me more things I already know?
No, I got something new. He took the water bottle she offered. Harper is alive. Johanna let her eyes dip, her sneer flatline.
Do you honestly think I didn't know that?
His cocky smile when he turned to her curdled her stomach. I don't mean the shell you stashed away at St. Dymphna's. Must have cost a fortune keeping her alive for so long. Dymphna's ain't cheap, I know. After my mom died there, every bit of crypto from her life insurance got sucked up by bills, and that was only for a few months' stay. Must have cost you even more to buy the silence and loyalty of those 3 stooges to watch over her and let you know if anyone ever came looking.
I never said I...
You didn't have to. He cut her off. And when I say she's still alive, I'm not talking about who you saw me with in the kingdom, either.
Are you certain you want to admit that aloud? You do realize I could have you arrested for hacking into our secure systems, don't you?
He turned on her. Guilt gives life to our faults long after the hurt has passed away. It was such a pivot, so perplexing. Johanna found herself blinking in confusion.
What are you talking about?
He continued. It would have been easier to pay someone off a long time ago to conveniently disconnect Harper's life support, let her slip away. But you didn't do that. You paid to keep her body going. His head tilted to the side. Thing about being as successful as you are is that your life is an open book. Harper. I bet she reminded you a lot of your sister, the one who died a few years before that whole thing went down, huh? Young, ingenious, caught in the crossfire of your ambition. Johanna turned away.
This has nothing to do with Michaela.
Not saying it did. I'm just saying, why would a woman like you give a hoot about someone like Harper? He crossed one leg over the other. They even looked a bit alike, didn't they? Why was her heart beating so loudly? It drowned out the sound in the room.
I'm afraid you're chasing paper dragons, Mr. Archer. Yes, I wanted to close down that project once I learned about it to keep it from becoming operational. I thought Omala would use it to become even more of a legend than she already was. I never meant to hurt Harper. When I said I was seizing her machine, I didn't touch her. She just collapsed.
Sebastian popped the top of the container and took a long sip. You went to huge measures to cover up something you claim was an accident. But it had been an accident. Why didn't anyone believe her? Why was it that the 2 murders she had committed couldn't be traced back to her, but the one tragedy that she had 0% accountability for had reared up its ugly head now? Part of the company's strength relied on Johanna's public perception as a strong, moral leader. The last thing Plaxis needed was to have her name dragged through the mud in a tragic case where she was nothing more than a witness. But that is not how the public would see it. Maybe that's why Johanna had paid for Harper's care all these years. It was hard to make a case that you wanted someone dead when you were shelling out thousands of greens to keep her artificially alive. As for erasing all traces of her life, well, that was convenient. But Johanna honestly had no idea how that had come about. She assumed it was one of her few trusted advisors who'd made those arrangements. She'd never asked. Plausible deniability and all that. Johanna wove her fingers together.
And now what? Do you think you'll blackmail me? It will never stick. There's no record that Harper even lived at this point, and all the bills are paid for through a very generous contribution Plaxis makes each year. Given the particular nature of the services Dimphnis provides and how our products are often pointed to as the cause, no one would ever think twice about why we send them donations. Everyone who knew her at Gaia is either dead or already on my payroll.
Yes, that was it, she thought to herself.
But now the question is what to do with you. You have skills, Mr. Archer. ISCO says so. And, of course, having lost the business you spent years building, you'll need to find something new. Tell me what you want to do at Plaxis, and I can make that happen.
Just at that moment, the door behind them opened. Archer turned and saw that his time was up. Only, instead of looking disappointed, he seemed pleased. He handed back the bottle of water as the two burly guards flanked him from behind. "There's only one thing I want from you, Teague." The guards encircled his arms, and credit to the boy that he didn't put up any sort of resistance.
"Do you still want him removed, ma'am?"
One of the guards said it. Which one, she didn't know. Nor did it really matter. Johanna extended a finger.
What do you want?
That you assign me to the same division as Harper. Did he really? Was he really? Johanna lowered her hand and took a step back, letting the shock roll over her. The guards, obedient and well compensated, didn't move a muscle without her leave. Finally, after a few moments, she waved off her goon squad.
Actually, gentlemen, I think Mr. Archer and I have more to discuss.
When they were alone again, she bit.
Are you seriously asking me to kill you?
Kill me? Archer let out a laugh. No, I want so much more than that. Shouldn't be too hard. I have no close living relatives. The silence of my only friend and accomplice has been secured by my insurance claims. She arched an eyebrow.
And your clients? They're loyal, I've been told. Won't they wonder what happened to you?
Archer shrugged. Small businesses go under or disappear all the time. True, it'll take the city a while to find a tech-addict as good as me. But at the end of the day, I'm not really anything that special. Johanna couldn't believe it. She couldn't have engineered it. It was too convenient a solution to be true.
Just to be certain we're on the same page, Mr. Archer, you're asking me to make it as though you never lived.
He gave one solemn nod. Someone like you has the connections to make that happen, don't you? Yes, she did. Even if she hadn't done that with Harper, she could have with the resources Plaxis provided.
Very well, but I do have one question to ask. Why do you want to give up any evidence that you ever existed?
Archer shoved his hands into his pockets. Because in any way that matters, I never have. That still left one point unsettled.
And how do you intend to do whatever it was that Harper did to copy herself? The machine she created was destroyed when your shop so unfortunately exploded.
I'll need Harper's help for that. Whether or not she's willing to make it happen, though, well, that's up to her. Finally, something she could salvage out of this whole mess.
When this is all done, I want that machine.
Sorry, but no can do. It's going to be immediately reprogrammed, if not destroyed. Johanna tried to protest, but Archer's hand flew up. Believe me, I know how valuable a machine that can copy a human mind is. But you and I both know the danger of something like that in the wrong hands. Besides, the cocky man shifted his weight. You don't want it to survive.
Oh, and why is that?
Because if what Carl, Petra, and Isco think is true, and Omala Grover really did manage to reproduce Harper's machine, the last thing you want is something that lets her copy download into a real-world body. Well, the boy knew how to play the game. Chapter 18. It was the smell of another woman's perfume that first told Harper she was no longer alone. But who she discovered when she turned around left her confused.
You're the woman from outside the palace. You're the queen.
She looked it too. Regal clothes, impeccable carriage, jewels that could choke a mule. The blonde neither smiled nor intimidated. But something about her appearance irked Harper, set her off balance.
My name is Johanna Teague, although at the time of your incident, my name was still Johanna Fife.
Harper searched her memories. The guy who ran Plaxis was named Teague. He'd been Omala Grover's ex and claimed he created Gaia with her. But who this Johanna was, Harper didn't know.
And that means what to me?
The woman rolled her eyes, straightened, and came in for a second approach.
I was there when you died.
Harper felt all the blood in her limbs freeze.
I'm not dead.
In some ways, no. But in my world, in the real world, you are.
The woman began to pace, the train of her exquisite green gown dusting the floor in her wake.
The day you presented your spinning wheel project, I showed up at Gaia Labs to evict Omala Grover. When I announced that I was shutting down all current and in-development projects, you weren't very happy, to say the least.
You shut down Spinning Wheel? Damned right, I would have been pissed.
Every muscle in her arm clenched as her hands became fists at her side.
Was the only way I had left to save my brother.
Johanna offered her hands out wide.
Harper, your brother died a few weeks after your accident. Even if things hadn't come down the way they did, he likely wouldn't have survived the procedure you yourself undertook. As it turned out, that you yourself did not.
Harper arrested herself mid-flail.
What are you talking about? I did survive. Bass said my body is still alive on machines at St. Dymphna's.
No, you didn't.
Johanna took a step closer.
Not truly. I believe Mr. Archer told you that your body has been kept alive for the past few years, even though your brain has shown no activity in that time.
Yeah, so?
It was because Isco found evidence that you had used your modified NNIP to copy yourself. He held out hope that one day he'd find your copy.
Johanna turned her head, talking more to herself than Harper.
Only the idiot never thought to look inside the machine itself. The people behind Gaia were amazing with code, but they never appreciated the simplicity of hardware.
Harper pulled her back by saying,
It doesn't matter. I told Bass that I didn't want to go back to whatever remained of me, even if it was possible.
The other woman's eyes brightened.
Are you saying it's not possible to reverse the process?
What a curious question.
No, of course not. It's not like running a course backward. You can make a vase from a mold, but you can't unmake it with one. Not unless the only thing you want to do is smash it to bits and destroy it, that is.
Johanna shook away the hints of satisfaction in her face.
Be that as it may, when Mr. Archer found out you were not interested in returning to your body, Isco did what was necessary at St. Dymphna's. You were taken off life support, and at my request, an autopsy was performed.
A chill crept down her spine. Given that the network of nerves was nothing more than code and algorithms, an impressive feat.
Huh?
And?
Johanna drew the word out like taffy.
The medical examiner determined that there was massive neurological damage at the time of your natural death. Yes, your machine worked. You made a copy of yourself, but in the process, you injured your cerebral core significantly. The truth is, you were already dying the moment I walked into the room all those years ago.
Congratulations on not being a murderer.
The greater truth of that sunk in through the holes of Harper's understanding.
I didn't care. Was only trying to save my brother. His body was going to die anyway. I never thought about the effect the process would have on my...
The consequences of time snapped back in place like a rubber band.
So, in the end, it was all for nothing. All my work, all my sacrifice. Tam still died.
I'm afraid so.
To her credit, Johanna's eyes had misted over. Sympathy? Empathy? Was this harpy of a woman who hated God's gift to man, Omala Grover, capable of such an act?
Gaia Labs. Omala settled all his bills. Gave him a proper funeral in your stead.
Harper turned back to the wall with her tower's sole window. Night was coming. At last.
So now what? What am I? What is this place? What future do I have, being whatever it is that I am now?
I don't know about the real world, but in the virtual one, you can have any kind of future you want.
Harper spun.
What are you talking about?
This tower. It's something you created, or at the very least, someone created.
Johanna's eyes drifted into her thoughts for a moment before she refocused.
However it happened, it's nested far down in the kingdom's subdirectories, a little parallel reality in which you are the sole user. If you want to stay here alone, fine. But if you want out, if you want to try to build some kind of life, I will let you in the kingdom.
Harper scoffed.
But like you said before, I'm not actually alive. I'm just code and algorithms.
Johanna grimaced.
Cogito, ergo sum.
I think, therefore I am. Hadn't she said the same thing to Boss once? Harper felt the fight leaving her. Reluctantly.
The more I think about it, the more I believe this is outside of Descartes' wheelhouse.
A sizzle in the air behind her made Harper turn. On the far side of the room, in a place that had been empty moments before, sat some odd contraption. It looked like a wooden bicycle flipped upside down with a stout milking stool nailed onto it.
And this is?
This is your choice and your way out.
Johanna crossed to the newly arrived object.
I know it looks like a spinning wheel, but it's more than that. It's a programming device, a scaled-down version of our in-platform product generator. You want to stay here? Want different clothes? A 3-course meal? A bed? Spin the wheel, work the pedal, and think on it hard. This device will write the necessary code and it will appear. You can build your own world here, one piece at a time. But for my platform's own security, I will have to quarantine this sub-drive.
And if I don't want to stay?
Johanna smiled.
That's what the needle is for.
She said it so plainly, like it was obvious.
What?
You mean you're not familiar with Sleeping Beauty? You prick your finger on the needle.
So, you've given me a way to die.
If that's what you want, it might happen. But I think you need to remember how that fairy tale turned out a little more before you try anything.
I see.
Harper shifted.
But Bass is still alive. How could he?
The problem with asking unending questions, Miss Laporte, is that you never get a chance to look for answers.
Johanna huffed.
There, I've come here to tell you what I wanted and give you what you need. You have my word that you'll be allowed to stay in the kingdom for as long as you desire, on the condition that you never return to the palace. But the village, the forests, the mountains, take your choice of home. Make it a good one. Last chances are, by definition, singular.
And with that, the Queen took her leave. It was minutes. It was hours. It was seconds. Without a heartbeat, time had no measure. Without a sense of continuity, no time passed while every breath lasted an eternity. Harper didn't know how long she'd been trapped in the tower in the way her mind understood time. If she stayed here forever, would she go crazy? Instinct told her yes, even if logic said no. It wasn't like it had been when she'd been in cold storage on the super-rich drive. To her, it had seemed only a few days from first knowing who and what she was, to the time that Bass had knocked upon her cottage door. Bass. He'd done what he was asked to, not even knowing why or the trouble it would bring. Why? No one had known about her before he discovered her cabin. He could have just thrown the drive away, thrown her away, and the world would be none the wiser. She was glad he hadn't. She didn't want to be forgotten. She didn't want to die. Harper swallowed down her sorrow and looked at the spinning wheel again, hearing Johanna Teague's words repeat in her memory. I think you need to remember how that fairy tale turned out a little more before you try anything. She didn't even realize until her hands lifted to trace the contours of the device that she sat at the stool beside it. How did it go? If she remembered it right, Sleeping Beauty fell into a coma when she pricked her finger on the needle of a spinning wheel, only to be saved by a handsome prince when he... Oh. Harper threw herself off the stool of the spinning wheel and drew a finger to eye level. It won't hurt, she told herself. You're not alive. Pain is only a construct. Tall words that turned out to be a whole bunch of malarkey. Pain wasn't only a construct of the mind. It was a construct of the heart. And she'd had enough of it. A single bead of blood pooled on Harper's finger as her eyes drifted closed, and she fell. Fell. Chapter 19. Life was funny sometimes. Death funnier. It was the same forest, the same cottage, the same trail of smoke. Other than that, everything was different. Harper stood on the edge of the forest, breath bated, palms sweaty. How was sweat even possible? What she was here on the borders of the kingdom was all she was anywhere now. Just packages of code bound together by algorithms and parameters. No longer was there any real-world body and brain to feed biometric data into the platform. She was her own Alpha and Omega, unbound, free. A slender hand laced into her own, frail fingers wrapping around hers. Tam looked at her, his smile the closest thing he could come to encouragement.
Why are you still waiting?
She still couldn't believe her brother was here. At first, Harper was convinced that it had to have been a cruel joke by Johanna Teague. Somehow, she'd found out what Tam had looked like and created an avatar modeled on his thin, frail, dying body. But when it turned out instead that it really was him, or at least a copy of him made by her machine and reinforced by Omala Grover's ingenious coding, it was like finding out her brother had been resurrected. In the end, all her suffering hadn't been for nothing. Thanks to Omala, Tam had survived. She turned to the forest's edge.
He's in there, and all I have to do is find him.
Tam's shoulder bumped into hers.
And give him true love's first kiss. That's what's going to wake him up, right?
Heat crawled across Harper's cheeks. She'd been lying, of course. She had liked it when Bass kissed her. Liked it a little too much in ways that a woman didn't want to discuss with her brother. The hope that it might happen again was one of the reasons she'd left her self-made prison tower.
That's just the fairy tale stuff,
she replied.
I'm sure if I shake the heck out of him, it will work just as well.
Tam grinned.
No, it won't.
Every ounce of "oh no you didn't" Harper could manage went into her glare.
Tam Laporte, what did you do?
I decided to give you the fairy tale ending you deserve, is all.
That I deserve?
Harper chuckled under her breath. Her brother's arm fell over her shoulders, pulling her in.
You saved me,
he said, dotting a kiss on her forehead.
Now let me save you.
The door opened on groaning hinges, letting a rectangle of light fall before her and into the cottage's interior. The reproduction's quality amazed. Not a single ceiling joist or floor plank varied. She still couldn't comprehend that she'd done this all with her mind. The real world was a place where magic became possible. Tam had tried explaining that, after she mastered thinking in code, very little would be impossible for her. But it took empirical evidence for her to believe it. The man lying in the bed, however, wasn't anything she invented, nor anything she could have dreamed up. He was an honorable, caring prince of a human being who'd risked his life for her. Harper fell on her knees at his bedside, finding herself looking for signs of life. A moment later, she grimaced. This wasn't the real world. There would be no heartbeat or rising and falling chest. That was, not until Bas woke up. More specifically, until he was run. The way Tam explained it, the Techanic's real body had been checked into a private suite at St. Dymphna's for a 3-month term, a trial period before he fully committed to this new life. Harper had been glad to hear of it. As much as she loved her brother, she took comfort in knowing there was a chance she could have a friend to boot. First, however, she had to kiss him. Her mouth went dry, her lips puckered, and she felt like she gave awkward its definition. Harper leaned over the bed, reminding herself that she'd already kissed this man once. The second time should be no big deal. Logic and emotion rarely kept company, however. Of course, this time was different. This time, it would be her kissing him.
Oh, put on your big girl pants and get it over with,
she lectured herself after more internal debate.
You're the whole reason he's here. Just...
Harper leaned in, pressed her lips to Bass's, and felt him come to life beneath her. No, this kiss was not like the first one. Because this one went on, uninterrupted, for quite a long time. He was definitely breathing by the time she pulled back, Bass's deep brown eyes fixed on hers and one of his hands threaded through her hair. Hey, he said. She grinned.
Hey, yourself.
So, his hands went back behind his head, interlaced. Is this the part where you take advantage of me in my sleep and I wake up 9 months later while I'm giving birth to a surprise baby? The question was so out of left field, she had no idea what to say. Because that's what happens in the original Sleeping Beauty, you know. Bass added. I mean, I'm not saying I think it's a great plan, and being a dude, not sure I could get pregnant. But since I became friends with a talking mouse and started having a thing for a dead chick, I'm re-examining the concept of possible.
Be that as it may.
Harper stood and straightened her skirts. Fairy tale clothing would take some getting used to, before offering a hand to Bass.
I was thinking we could start with a walk, maybe get a cup of coffee.
Bass wove a hand into hers and bounced up on the bed. There's coffee here?
Of course, it's a fairy tale kingdom. There's anything and everything you want here, if you know where to look.
I know. He stood, his hand cupping her cheek. I see the proof right in front of my eyes. The end. This has been Freebird, an Enter the Kingdom novella. Written by Kendre Meeks. Digital audio voices and production provided by 11 Labs. Text copyright Kendre Meeks, 2020. Audio production copyright Two Lip Noir Press, 2025. For other titles in this series, or to explore other urban fantasy, historical fantasy, and science fiction titles written by this author, visit kendremeeks.com. That's KENDRAIMEEKS.com. The music used in this production is Ether Night Club, written by Kevin MacLeod and resourced from Incompetech.com. Licensed under Creative Commons by Attribution 4.0, license http creativecommons.org/licenses/by/4.0. Thank you for listening.